well, the tale that we tell, for the message it sends tells how selfishness ends. Fair Eurydice lay, her body wasting away, Orpheus by her side. Brother Burns abides, then she is gone. Should we mourn, for she has not died? In her capsule she hides. Remember it well, the tale that we tell, for the message it sends tells of selfishness ends. Plies his trade, fixing the no longer made. Then a box does appear, a card that is not clear. A visitor strange tells him tales deranged, then a tingle he feels to a deep cave reveals. Tale that we tell, for the message it sends tells of selfishness ends. A revolution in the make, the world is for the take, but danger is nigh. The lottery sly, they brand Orpheus a spy, a brigand they say. Into a cell he is walled, slowly wasting away. Mighty Zeus intercedes, and Orpheus is freed. But the lottery is not done, for it always has won. It sends tells of selfishness ends.
Pinky considered the permission to investigate the attempted prison escape to be a broad mandate. He long ago learned that the Lottery Commission did not have the strongest internal controls. Pinky emptied dormant accounts of resources to fund his campaign. He found idle recurrent administrators and put them to work investigating the chain of custody of all mining explosives in the past 5 years. He scoured terabytes of data but was not yet close to gaining better answers than the Lottery Commission's investigation team. Pinky was a zealot against life living. Life had given him a puny body which he resented. He coveted a nice shiny new recurrent shell. He worked for the Lottery Commission. He knew the lottery system and its weaknesses. He had long been scheming how to bypass the lottery to secure his own recurrence right after he crossed over. He needed willing accomplices. He found them in those who, like he, had been born with life-living bodies outside of the norm. He formed the group Recurrent Now, whose members he personally recruited. The Newsies, as he called them, and its stuff, were committed to ending life living for all, and for themselves, immediate recurrence, because their living life had also been shortchanged by accidents of birth. Ending birth would end all future birth accidents so that such challenges would be a thing of the past. However, Pinky was often disappointed in his recruiting efforts. There were many who were born challenged who wanted nothing to do with early crossing over. While most agreed that making existence free from physical challenges was a worthy objective, their lives, however adapted they needed to make them, were the most precious things they possessed. Even the vaguely offered promise of immediate recurrence did not sway their thinking. One young woman explained, "It is still my life and I do want to live it out for as long as possible. It is what I can hear, taste, touch, and feel that lets me enjoy life even if I cannot see." She said, "Things are not the same for recurrence. Existence is more clinical. I like the part of my life imagining what things look like from their smell, taste, feel, and sound. My world is rich. I dread the thought of becoming recurrent. My world would change. All the wonders I imagine as beautiful would become just information. Pinky did not understand this kind of thinking. He wanted it all, not just a piece of it. Recurrence was the promise of all and all forever. The Newsies began to work together to develop the protocol where all members could pass over and recur immediately thereafter, rather than wait the 200 years for the lottery to begin. What Pinky had discovered was that the system could easily be manipulated so that selected capsules could be branded green and sent to recurrent candidate centers for reanimation. Pinky was near to having all his Newsies in the right places so that the entirety of the group could pass over and recur at the same time. The plan was, after the Newsies became recurrent en masse, to extend the group's capabilities to administer the lottery itself. Pinky realized it would not take all that much, because contemporary lottery commissioners, now all recurrents, became bored after a few decades of the rather unstimulating work. Many could easily be convinced that a more committed replacement would give them the opportunity to resign and return to civilian recurrent existence. Pinky had no interest in civilian recurrent existence. He desired the power to do what he willed, and his will far exceeded his puny body. The modicum of authority he was given to conduct his investigation into the prison break only marginally satisfied his craving for more, yet it distracted his focus from the Newsies' takeover. The Newsies' plan began to stall, and the Newsies were becoming impatient. Many had just as virulent egos as Pinky, which had been part of his recruiting strategy. His group consisted of many like him with fervent desires to overcome their bodies so that no one would ever suffer their fates again. 2. Dinky and Stinky, because of their respective afflictions, had egos that rivaled Pinky's own obsession with power. A confrontation was brewing, and Pinky was distracted.
Orpheus began to read the Recurrent Mind Report, written a century before by a life liver scientist, something recommended by librarian when he first was recruited to the team. Recurrents are existential enigmas. Their existentiality is an amalgam of prior human experiences recorded through captured life, living sensory data, and recorded thought transmissions combined with experiential data, gleaned from mechanical sensors and artificial intelligence. The marriage of sorts of the past and the present produces a gestalt that, at first blush, is more than human, but at the same time more stiff, clinical, as it is commonly known. Some cite Kafka's Metamorphosis as analogy to capsule awakening into the recurrent shell and information processing system, the recurrent mind. Many, like Kafka's Gregor Samsa, do not thrive after this metamorphosis, and their capsules are returned to storage, ostensibly to await a time when such problems can be resolved. The recurrent candidate is always a bit wobbly both mechanically and psychologically. It can take many months, and even years of training and conditioning for the recurrent to be admitted back into society where they must, on their own, compete for scarce resources, just as their life-living predecessors always had. They are created in a mature existential state, regardless of the lifespan or history of the life liver that preceded the reanimation. The record of reanimation of the very young is not good. The experiential differences between the originary mature recurrent mind and infant life liver mind are difficult to navigate. Think of it as having both a child and mother in the same mind, both trying to assert control. The recurrent mind gains any emotional intelligence and control, empathy, and pseudo-parenting skills from the capsule mind. The infant, child, or even adolescent mind are not mature enough to guide the recurrent mind into making sound decisions. Most such combinations do not often progress out of candidacy, and capsules are returned to storage. Some do get through, which is why there is an emerging recurrent gang problem, mostly with adolescent capsule combinations. The most successful recurrent candidates statistically are with capsules of life livers who died in their 30s and older, but whose life did not include severe mental illness, impairment, or senility. Existing experimental compartmentalization protocols to separate periods of mental lucidity and extreme mental infirmity have not proven successful. It seems that capsule life experiences are not easily compartmentalized or segregated so that they do not interfere with recurrent existentiality. Some mild chronic pain and some milder traumatic experiences can often be urged from dominating the recurrent mind using specific protocols during recurrent candidacy, but not always. While some conditioning is possible for less severe life-living mental anomalies, senility has proven to be an intractable problem that uniformly results in capsule repatriation to storage, again, ostensibly to await advances in recurrent reanimation and conditioning. There is also the problem of old age, known as troglodyte syndrome, named after the immortals in Jorge Luis Borges' eponymous story. Beginning about 2 centuries after becoming recurrent, capsule memories have long been perused, and their content exhausted for anything to help the recurrent progress existentially. The information processing system becomes dominant, and the recurrent enters a period of lethargy where new experiences are not sought. The pernicious idea that if it can happen, it will happen sets in, where in the extreme, some afflicted recurrents have been found standing in forests doing nothing, letting their energies wind down as if they have cocooned back into the capsule state they had originally been freed from. There is not much understood about troglodyte syndrome, its causes, or treatment. Interviews with those in the early stages of experiencing the syndrome suggest that there is an increasing understanding of immortality as something that means doing nothing because anything they can think about doing will eventually occur. So why do anything? Stimulation has been the only treatment that has shown a modicum of success if the malady is caught early and the individual shows a willingness to keep moving forward in a world of change. Still, other older recurrents complain that their life-living capsule, the inviolable record of what was, has become like a leaden weight, cycling them back again and again to the past to keep what was as what is. The challenge for many experienced older recurrents is keeping the past from recycling itself in an endless loop or return. Life-liver regression, as this is known colloquially, is a real problem for many. Early manifestations of life-liver regression begin when these individuals try to recreate life-living environments for the particular time in their life-living time that was most pleasing, sometimes childhood, sometimes as a parent or grandparent. There has been limited success reversing life-liver regression, but what has been helpful is the creation of programmable companions that they can program to act like the toys or human others that were part of their life-living time. These toys are progressively programmed to help the recurrent transition back into recurrent society by mimicking, for example, the girl who abandons her dolls in her transition to womanhood. There are villages now that specialize in particular existential life-living eras to accommodate the life-liver regressives as they are collectively known. One of the most popular is the middle years model for children between toddler and adolescence that can recreate and re-experience this time in their life-living time, while also introducing progressive programming to help at least some transition back into recurrent society. Neither progressive programming or the middle years model works well if the recurrent was reanimated from an immature life-liver who died before maturity. It seems that some degree of mature reflectivity is required. Over the centuries of the recurrent millennium, there has been much talk about the need for a kind of crossing over for recurrents who cannot exist within mainstream society. That is a society where change is embraced but is also demanding. Forced decapsulization of recurrent candidate failures has always been necessary, but the forced decapsulization of those who have entered mainstream society has always been considered such a drastic step. A whole body of law and process has been evolved to limit decapsulization to the very few who have become intractable dangers to society. So difficult is the process that few recurrents are ever decapsulized. Orpheus paused his reading. He was beginning to realize that the possibility for capsule immortality without recurrence was greater than the Lottery Commission and administration ever were willing to admit. There was also the emerging problem of troglodyte syndrome that over time would build to the point where a significant portion of the extant recurrent immortal population were simply not productive. Because of resource limitations, including recycling of metal, fewer and fewer new recurrents could be introduced into society. Orpheus recognized that eventually, the balance of productivity and inactivity would swing towards inactivity, meaning that eventually the lottery algorithm would stop regenerating recurrence altogether. Orpheus began to see the recurrent process as a giant house of cards where the promise of immortality would run headlong into the law of diminishing returns. Then what? Would they become like the troglodyte society in Borges' story, inert, waiting for immortality to bring inevitable change without having to participate in it? He wondered whether Zeus, Z, could help him better understand the recurrent mind.
I carry with me someone who once was, who can no longer dream, a talisman of life I can't be, a bit of history, something that can see only what it once saw. It can't see past that wall. Pretend it still is, boring it can be, while it cycles on from story to story. It is just a ghost, I say to myself, a ghost of the past that will last and last. They say it must be it can be, it will be. It's not up to me. Let's stand aside and let time abide. The world's parade, new treats every day to enjoy from the stands without lending a hand.
The interface with Z was primitive, intentionally so. The team early on realized that the relationship between the four recurrent entities that made up Z was tenuous. Z initially and often expressed disappointment in being recurred in a non-mobile shell and in such proximity to each other without the ability to escape. "We are not just conjoined physically," Z complained, "our intellect and even our capsule memories are linked. No other recurrent has been asked to endure such an existence. Why us?" They also complained that they were not biconnected to the world grid as they were entitled. They were only given the ability to observe the grid in portions allocated by lottery, not participate in it, as other free recurrents could. "It's solitary confinement," they said, which soon collapsed into a nearly incomprehensible logic logjam, for how could four entities be solitarily confined in one cell? Productivity declined for weeks. This logjam further demonstrated and intensified their frustration. Lottery realized that life-liver cognition and response could not keep up with Z, so he decided to limit the life-liver-Z interface. He also needed a means to keep Z from devolving quickly and often into long bouts of self-pity and depression. What Z despised most about their condition was isolation. Lottery designed the new communication interface to pause when Z became abusive or depressive. The revised system became the feedback system that Lottery needed to bring Z closer to what Lottery required: participation and information. The Life-Liver-Z interface became a microphone, a vid and a keyboard that allowed for verbal or typed questions from the operator. A tinny response voice from Z was stripped of emotional or other inflection. In the open communication configuration, the team learned that Z was adept in making responses that included biting personal insults, sarcasm, and threats. The tinny voice response deliberately filtered out much of this. However, Z had learned through the use of pauses and careful phrases how to flavor each response with emotional meaning and cunningly obfuscated personal insults. Much of the Life-Liver-Z interface after the simplification was through the keyboard, delivering to Z technical questions that elicited responses to initial requirements and design modifications and the like for the team's project. Z often complained about the long and boring conversations about this or that technological issue that might be necessary to countermand changes in lottery commission surveillance tactics. For example, frustration had initially boiled over when Z and Lottery had a months-long daily communication marathon over how to construct the teleportation device. Boring, boring, boring was a common complaint by Z, who promptly refused to respond to anything for a few days until it got bored enough from the lack of external stimulation and the constant internal bickering that filled these periods of intercommunication inactivity, which the team recorded and periodically monitored to assess the cognitive health of Z. Orpheus's purposes were otherwise technical. By trade, he was a tinkerer, a repairer of non-reparable things that were obsolete and replacement parts available only through trade or recreation by hand. He had once described his trade, to the chagrin of the other members of the team, that his work was making old things recurrent. Though his hands were skilled at making things work, his mind was more interested in their purposes and, more importantly, what practical, physical, emotional, and intellectual needs they were towards fulfilling. From his previous conversations with Z, he assessed that Z was also interested in pursuing these topics. Their conversation logs were remarkably free of censorship. Orpheus outlined for Z his concern that there was an emerging understanding of the extent to which older-age recurrent maladies like troglodyte syndrome were impacting the recurrent population. Z quickly responded that yes, these old-age recurrent maladies were posing a threat to civilization itself. At some magical tipping point in the future, said Orpheus into the microphone at Z's workstation, the decline in productive recurrence will make it impossible for the lottery to produce any new recurrent candidates. Already, he said, we are seeing a decline in recurrent candidates even as life-liver reproductivity has been sacrificed to maintain the lottery algorithm's requirement for more recurrence. Z responded, this indeed is a plausible outcome. What may extend the timeline is the fact that dormant recurrence will not sap the energy grid, which means that energy resources will remain plentiful. The Lottery Commission and their algorithm continue to favor the energy balance in the recording of available slots for new recurrence. However, they will soon realize that they cannot ignore the supply of metals and rare earth materials that will remain bound up in the dormant recurrents that will necessitate the decline in selection of new recurrent candidates. If the problem of old age recurrent decline is not resolved, or such recurrents are not recycled into new materials, the present earthly system of civilization maintenance and growth will grind to a halt. Z paused for a moment, then continued. Indeed, the scenario of a world waiting for eternity to play out without ever playing in it is a plausible result. Orpheus asked Z what might happen if older dormant recurrents that could not be rehabilitated to participate in change itself were recycled and their capsules replaced in storage. Z responded, there are also many risks here. The recurrent, like we, well, somewhat like we because we are held captive by. Orpheus waited until the censor let the response continue. Z came back online. As we were saying, the recurrent is an amalgam of capsule and artificial intelligence. Well, not really artificial, but we could debate that ad nauseum. This amalgam cannot exist without the two halves, so to speak. Recurrent candidates receive quite unique capsules filled with the unique experiences of former life livers. This is the independent variable that initially makes one recurrent different from the other. The other half of the recurrent is the identical AI mechanical system that is supplied along with the recurrent shell which, in our opinion, has become boringly identical. How can you tell one recurrent from another? You cannot if you look at their bodies. You have to see them motioning or talking to pick out identifying features. Clothes, they were tried, but recurrents soon chucked them because they interfere with sensory nodes. Enough on that. Let us assume that the Lottery Commission in its infinite wisdom realizes that the unique capsule itself plays a part in the destabilization of the recurrent into eventual catatonia. We assume from past behaviors, the Commission would likely segregate these capsules, most decidedly outside of its own mandate and the law, from any future lottery pulls. There is, after the extinction of the life liver, now only a finite pool of available capsules. It is certain that among these will be as great a percentage of old age decline candidates as before. We are once again back at a moment where the entirety of earthly spoils will be available to a few recurrents. If they are like this pinky fellow you informed us about, what is next? The ascension of a power-hungry despot who dispatches all others until he only has power over himself? How mad? Would he not go mad as he wars with himself to gain superiority over what he already has superiority over? Orpheus groaned and said into the microphone, he would become the ultimate selfish being, selfish of his own selfishness. Orpheus continued, as I see it, the recurrent who calcifies and does nothing is a selfish thing, with a propensity not for the external grab for power, but the power to become complacent, to relax and self-absorb, the ultimate spectator enjoying the world without participating in it. The dormants are just as destructive to maintaining a productive civilization as are the pinkies at amassing control over all change for selfish personal purposes. Z responded, by all calculations, the current scheme is untenable. What are our options? Asked Orpheus. We need to think about that. It will take a while, said Z. The monitor on the workstation went dark, signaling the end to the conversation.
Littered with ruins of civilizations past, the earth abides, this too shall pass. The pyramids might, on many continents in sight, display their wares to delighted stares, monuments to this, remembrances of that, massifs and edifices alike failed, vacant, sacked. Nothing is permanent that ever is free. We know that to be, yet we strive for always. this too shall pass. Always and never are a strange pair indeed, competing, fighting to be something that cannot be. Worrisome minds are thinking about time, time as it cannot ever be, locked in forever for moments steely. The moment we've said is never not, but always leaves death, littered with ruins of civilizations past. The earth abides, this too shall pass. Death left behind by the ravages of time, time that marches on without slowing down. Seize the moment is true, so difficult to do. Pray for futures our way, think on the pyramids this day. Begone the false light that drives us to seek a pause from the emptiness that comes from release, littered with ruins of civilizations past. The earth abides, this too shall pass.
Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. I am all over it. A bit of this, a bit of that, the back of a coat rack. Will you take this for that? No, I'll come back. A load of tin, don't care where it's been, there, under there. A shiny chair rail. Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. I'm all over it. The plate is cracked, can't do much with that, but the bent thing there, do you have its pair? Probably not, they tend to rot, rust up, they do. But one I can do. Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. I'm all over it. The box of stuff, do I have enough? There's room over there, oh, the bottom, take care. Such a toy it was, painted brightly gay. It wobbled around, the bike riding clown. Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. I'm into shelves they go. Parts for toasters here, the toy box there. Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. I'm all over it. Oh, a scavenger I am, a sucker for glam, the shiny bit. All over it.
A squatty man, the kingfish, a nickname he had acquired when a child, lived up to his name with a long, beak-like nose, and a capacity to find things others have missed or could not see. He owned and ran the appliance outhouse, an unfortunate name, but a large maze of post-industrial buildings from a bygone era that once manufactured porcelain commodes. Its banner and half-moon door paid homage to its historical provenance. Inside were rows of shelves of home appliances, parts, and assorted other pieces and parts that tinkerers like Orpheus could fashion into armatures, toaster walls, oven liners, and refrigerator coils for the now declining market. However, for Orpheus and most other tinkerers, the appliance outhouse was the supplier of last resort because Kingfish's prices were nearly always too high, or his barter for this one small bit would require 10 of this, that, and the other that were just as rare and valuable. Yet, Kingfish did a brisk business, because customers would often pay the price to fix something they could not get again at any price. Sentimentality ran high in the tinkerer market, because most usable appliances remained with the same family for centuries as treasured heirlooms that engendered stories and memories of Aunt Paula or Grandpa Ned, or children named Charon and Tom, lost too soon. Traders like Kingfish scoured the past over notices to visit heirs who might not have the same emotional attachments as the now encapsulated life liver and could be enticed to part with this or that appliance at a fair price. Kingfish was a master negotiator who often arrived first on the scene, even at the funeral, with a bouquet of flowers with his card, or a covered dish of wake treats with his name embedded in the dish. He was often the first to receive the call from heirs in need of funds or rooms that needed to be cleaned out for new tenants. Kingfish took most junk, finding profit from selling to junk vendors, and what he could not, he hauled to the fiery disposal furnaces. A cost of doing business, he said. More recently he had discovered a troglodyte glen, a place deep in one of the remaining pristine woods that was a favorite for recurrents bent on drifting into catatonic oblivion. Quite illegally, he harvested recurrent bodies for their metal and rare earths, then dumped their capsules in a nearby bog where they sank into viscous mud thousands of years old and dozens of meters deep. It was this practice and the recurrent tracking system that the Lottery Commission employed to keep track of the recurrent population that brought Kingfish to the attention of Pinky and his gang of recurrent thugs. The Lottery Commission had long known about glens like this that had become known to the emerging troglodyte community, but had kept locations and the extent of their population quiet as best as they could. However, most communities now had at least one troglodyte garden, as they were known to the population of both life livers and recurrents. Their existence was no secret, and their attraction to scavengers, treasure seekers, and dealers like Kingfish had become a thriving sub-black market industry in its own right. To combat the raiding of troglodyte gardens, the Lottery Commission instituted the harshest penalties, including forced crossing over for many first-time offenders. Kingfish's system was quite ingenious. His post-crossing over team of workers who attended funerals and the like were trained to look for mourning kin who were tired of life living and thinking about voluntarily crossing over. Kingfish offered a kind of insurance policy for willing troglodyte harvesters. If they were caught, a tidy sum of money would be left to the heirs for services performed. Some lasted for years, some never made it out of the gardens with anything. Kingfish kept his name out of the process because he installed a subcutaneous crossing over device in each hunter he called them, that performed the forced crossing over before the arresting agents could extract Kingfish's name or organization from the hapless hunter. Kingfish favored neither life liver nor recurrent. He did business with whomever was present and exploited anyone who he thought he could. He did business with some recurrents who had entered the tinkering trade, and harvested bodies of others from the troglodyte gardens. He supplied life-living tinkerers and exploited their mourning relatives. Kingfish was all about kingfish. He lived on the top floor of the old commode factory where he surrounded himself with gold. On site he kept a furnace to melt down the gold he acquired and smiths to fashion the metal into chairs, trinkets, adornments, neckwear, rings, and gleaming light fixtures and chandeliers. His home glowed gold. He purloined from his own collection, his tithe, he called it, precious gems and other colored stones to adorn himself and his trinkets. He arrayed light treatments to show off the gleam and glow and established different moods in his opulent rooms. He had not married and had threatened sycophantic relatives with violence and the law who schemed to be close to him. Yet, he himself had become a sycophant to the authorities who regulated his trade, paying bribes, offering favors, gifts, and even debt relief. For these same authorities he offered his fair trade, a pawn shop of sorts to take in ill-gotten looty for cash or other favors. The cozy relationship Kingfish had with the authorities was about to be tested as Pinky turned his well-honed gaze towards the appliance outhouse and its sprawling empire of junk and corruption. Pinky was not immune to bartering. He often bartered with corrupt authorities to let him have custody of life livers who he could ply his interrogative tortures for his personal amusement. However, Pinky saw in Kingfish a rival for the power he intended to amass for himself. Pinky conducted his investigation cautiously and clandestinely, giving to other authority figures few clues as to the targets of his investigation. From what he had learned, the Kingfish had a rather formidable array of authority leaders in his corrupt pocket, which meant a nuanced approach. The challenge excited Pinky. He was in control because he was sure that the Kingfish suspected nothing. Like any corrupt oligarch, it is best not to assume that the Kingfish was not at least marginally aware of the subtle probes of Pinky's minions and electronic surveillance. In fact, Kingfish was already ahead of Pinky, because he knew that a raid was imminent. Pinky was about to confront an enemy well prepared to fit the battle.
In the distance you hear the sounds of tum-tum tear, so rhythmic the round in its urgent sound. The lines have been drawn, they've been versed to song. The world holds its breath as the sides waits to test. They will, before the day is through. Who will find the way to gain victory this day? The air crackles with fright, anticipation meets might. his battle lines drawn. Oh, Pinky, he says, cross this line, you're dead.
Most times Orpheus was alone in the gold mine hideout. His emotions drifted in and out of melancholy. He missed his home and his work, which dug him deeper into depression because both were associated with Euridyce. The pangs of longing came like waves that made his legs' muscles want to move and his stomach to sour. Then the sour in his stomach reminded him of the starvation cell and the dour little man he now knew as Pinky, who sat and watched him suffer and slowly consume himself to nearly crossing over. The explosion crackled in his dreams, waking him from a sound sleep, only to find no Euridyce by his side again. His only solace was his new work as a thinker of all things selfishness. Z had entered a weeks-long silence mode. He imagined the four recurrents that made the composite, bickering and arguing among themselves how to resolve the problem of selfishness that seemed to plague humanity. Orpheus himself was vexed. He now realized that it was not just humans, but life itself that required selfishness, manifest in rapacious appetites, the fighting of stags for a doe, the reef fish coveting her bit of coral, the baboons who relentlessly fight raiding clans for the bit of high ground that gave them advantage against night predators. The history of life was the battle for life, and the need to continue that life in the guise of offspring that would carry on a bit of them when their corporeal bodies were gone. Selfishness was a tool life used to adapt to changing environs because Earth itself was a cauldron of change and had been since it first formed billions of years ago. That life formed just after it could survive the violent early Earth suggests that life itself was as necessary as the iron core of the planet for Earth to become the Earth it has evolved into. The more Orpheus tried to fit the present human condition and aspiration for immortality, the more he realized that, while the capsule had indeed fulfilled its promise for preserving the past, as the past had never before been preserved, its continuing existence as combinatory entity with a mechanical mind, the recurrent, had no long-term future. The Buddha had long ago been right that recurrence itself was unsatisfactory, a lack, an ignorance of the ways of the world that recognized the contribution of what was to what is, but let the past go to focus on being in the world as it presents itself. That the future will come from the actions of what is, but it is just as fruitless to live in future fantasy as it is to revel in the past, which, before now, could only be reconstructed from imperfect memories. The perfection of the past was the capsule's intent and focus, but even it was imperfect because it relied on human sensibilities which are incomplete. Humans cannot see in the infrared, and our sense of smell is marginal compared to that of the common dog. The reconstruction of the past to formulate an identity that can be adopted and adapted by the mechanical element of the recurrent was a great achievement, to be sure, but it has been sold to people as a panacea, a utopian vision of selfishness of the eternal, the need to have a permanent self and soul that never dies. At the time of the Buddha, the belief of rebirth into higher castes and rituals of sacrifice and meditation were designed to perfect the soul to become one with Brahman, the ultimate all and everything. To become one with the universal, that mythical existential state of permanence in the face of change is the delusory that drives the futile quest towards perfection that exceeds change in its eternal permanence. Long ago, science realized that Hoyle's steady-state universe, the mythical constant constancy, was impossible. The universe was exceeding itself every moment and doing so faster every instant. This universal condition gives no confidence that even the immortal capsule can survive indefinitely. The capsule became the answer to the problem of overpopulation and resource scarcity on a finite Earth that could not keep up with human selfishness for more for itself. Extinction or mass devolution of the human population before the capsule and recurrent would have been the result if evolution and the vagaries of earthly conditions had been left to function without undue interference. Yet it is the human who realizes its selfishness, not just the need to reproduce itself, but to preserve itself, to prolong the individual existent even towards forever as the encapsulation mechanism tries to do. Orpheus continued to ask himself whether abandoning the encapsulation and recurrent process would solve the problem of humanity's selfish desire to continue and multiply without restraint. While sitting in his thinking place, in his chair in the conference cave room, he heard a distant alarm. Z was ready to talk again. He felt the trepidation of futility wash over him, the feeling that Z might have discovered what he had, that there was not yet a plausible means to reform selfishness so that humanity could continue in a world where change made it impossible to retain eternity for one's purposes. He gathered himself up and walked towards the Z workstation. Z had sounded the alarm to ask Orpheus a question. Z began, if selfishness is endemic and even inextricable from life living, then the question is not elimination but abstraction, is it not? What do you mean? Asked Orpheus. Z responded, we cannot modify an organic condition that cannot be modified without destroying the entity, can we? Therefore, we must abstract from the life liver the conceptual of selfishness, which means that the conceptual is no longer organic, but something that can be changed. Orpheus thought for a moment, then asked Z, if selfishness is inherent to life living itself, I can see your point. However, is selfishness inherent to the mechanical of the recurrent, or is it derived from the capsule, that is from the life liver's prior existence? What connection to life living remains with the capsule, which is, like the mechanical mind, a collection of digital records that are not in any way part of any biological function? If selfishness is inextricable from all matter in the universe, then whatever we do will require some form of recognition of the ubiquity of selfishness. I say this because the question then becomes whether there is a universal abstraction that can be derived from existence itself. If that selfishness is inherently personal even to the inanimate rock, then what hope do we have in developing schema that can be applied consistently? Is not the individual entity the ascendant who will resist all abstraction that seems contrary to its individual requirements? Z quipped, we will get back to you. Z closed the connection. Orpheus walked back to the conference room. The more he thought about the nature of selfishness, the less sure he became that he, Z, or the team could ever come up with one or more means to ameliorate the rampant selfishness that now seemed to be dragging the Earth into a recurrent loop from which it might never conclude. The land was lush green with wildflowers ascendant and pastel cottages, shaded in colors of the rainbow. Pathways of packed dirt and grass and wildflower meadows. It was a land of life livers who worked trades and lived together in what seemed to him like harmony. There were smiles all around, though many worked jobs that demanded physical strength and endurance. The hills sloped down to a blue and white sea with gentle sandy shores. Puff clouds in the sky and a breeze that cleansed with each gentle gust. It did not last. The triremes filled with metal warriors arrived this day with their mechanical steeds. Mechanical sailors clambered onto the beach. Brightly attired robotic leaders barked orders, and mechanical figures shipped the sails. The mechanical steeds clopped down gangplanks followed by the stoic, stiff, but shining metal infantry. A pile of spears built in the sand until the infantry took one or more in hand. Led by the steeds with brightly colored kit, the infantry marched up the gently sloping fields, trampling the grasses and wildflowers. The people stared. Then from the tiny church, the bell rang and rang. 3 village elders called out to the people to arm themselves with anything they could to defend themselves and their village. He saw the battle from the ground, in fits and incomplete scenes. Life-liver women brandishing fry pans and knocked down by the butt of spears. Life-liver men with pitchforks run through by metal spears and lifted high into the sky and thrown over cottage walls. Flaming spears flew into the thatched roofs, and the town was ablaze. He felt disconnected with all of the fighting, unable to move, as if frozen in fright. He watched the town crumble and burn and saw the bodies of the people strewn about like so many discarded dolls. He ran to the hills where another village lay, undisturbed by centuries of pastoral living. He entered the large stucco inn. Around the inn he ran, looking for what he was not sure. He came upon the front desk and asked the life-living man if he had better weapons than pitchforks and pans. The life-living clerk produced a hydraulic weapon that shot projectiles with a puff of air. Rocks, nails, spoons, anything that could fit the tight barrel. Long hoses connected to a compressor contraption that was humming loudly. He asked for one of these air shooters, but was blocked by a band of life-living men who claimed they were the defenders and would position the hydraulic weapons at the windows of the inn. The other life-livers of the village ran into their homes. He wanted to shout that these were not safe places, but could not. Then the town went silent with only the air compressor put-putting and an occasional air release from one of the weapons. It seemed to him a last stand against the mechanical invaders. A futility, he thought, against these metal monsters and their resilient steeds. The attack came in waves. The hydraulic weapons did some damage, knocking the metallic figures down, who got right back up again. He ran out the back, an undefended position, and into the thicker, taller grass that led up the hill. There were no settlements beyond this place of final battles. He hid in the grass, and the metallic men came close but did not find him. Then it all dissolved. He woke in a cold sweat. He lay with his eyes half closed, remembering the verdant fields and colorful village buildings, and wondered how he could imagine such a thing that he had never seen. The dour world of the recurrent revolution revealed no equivalent. Then, as the pictures and colors began to fade, he recognized the significance of it all: recurrent versus life-liver, and the puny capabilities of life-livers even when assisted by technology. The last of the live livers of the fields and gentle seaside slopes trampled into the dust of the march of recurrence and their violent destruction of all things life-living. He knew the dream was nonsense, but yet it revealed the reality of the present world order where life-livers had little chance of survival against the stronger mechanical recurrence. It mattered not to the metal monsters of his dream that they had wiped out life-livers. What did this say about the recurrent and its purported humanity? Was the capsule nothing more than a vestigial, something that served no useful function but remained part of the entity nevertheless? The capsule told the story of a life lived if it indeed could still tell the story. Orpheus wondered whether the Lottery Commission had blocked more recent recurrent reanimations from accessing anything representative of the former life other than a caricature snippet that could be rendered now and again to prove hybrid identity. The battle unresolved in Orpheus's dream began to resolve Orpheus's determination to work even more diligently to discover the ends and means for overcoming the plague of selfishness that infected both life-liver and recurrent alike. Z still had not buzzed for him with anything that might help him with his question about the ubiquity of selfishness in all universal matter. He worried that this dream too soon would become a harbinger of reality, but he felt he was at a loss as to where to begin to prevent this from coming true.
Pinky deputized willing newsies and pulled a phalanx of recurrent agents from many different units in the Lottery Commission forces. Though his army was formidable, he kept its existence and plan mostly under the alert threshold of Lottery Commission and administrative systems. What queries he got, he answered back with routine black market investigations. Pinky had set the plan in motion, not just to take down the kingfish or squeeze him for information about the escaped prisoner Orpheus, but as the first step towards taking absolute power for himself. He considered this to be his Rubicon moment, the moment when the world would recognize his military genius and proclaim him emperor as they did Julius Caesar so many millennia ago. The mass of recurrent and life-liver bodies at the front of the appliance outhouse was a spectacle not seen since the Great Wars that concluded centuries before the recurrent revolution. Pinky stormed the front door and battered down the gates to the loading area. The mob swarmed into the appliance parts warehouse like angry killer bees. However, there was nobody in the warehouse. A few robots rolled here and there on the floor, seemingly looking for parts, but no life livers, no recurrents, and no kingfish. Pinky became apoplectic. His Rubicon moment had evaporated. All he had to show for his effort was an empty warehouse. He ordered the mob to trash the place, and they did, knocking shelving down and stomping parts. Pinky turned off the sprinkler valve and his newsies created a box bonfire. Smoke and flames could be seen for miles. Pinky and all his minions gathered around the fire to watch it burn. So confident of his surprise and victory, Pinky had set no perimeter guard. It was to be his Waterloo moment. Where was Kingfish? Nearby. While the mob was in the building, Kingfish sent a fleet of trucks filled with thick flammable oil to spray a ring around the building. He set fire to the ring. While the appliance outhouse burned and recurrents and newsies tried to escape, they ran straight into an impenetrable road-wide wall of flames. The bodies of Pinky and his newsies henchpersons were never found. Charred and dented capsules from both life livers and recurrents littered the floor. The Lottery Commission spent months at the smoldering site dragging out inert recurrent bodies and damaged capsules that were sent to the reconditioning warehouse. The Rubicon that Pinky had been counting on became his Gallipoli, a disaster of a kind not seen since the recurrent revolution began a millennium before. Kingfish had lost most of his worldly possessions, to be sure, but he was convinced that he had won. He had bested the best the Lottery Commission could throw at him. He still had the oil spreader trucks and a healthy accounts receivable, so he was not destitute by any means. There was, of course, all that melted gold at the site. However, he decided to worry about that later, when the Lottery Commission had gone and lost interest in the site. There were, however, two newsies who did not accompany Pinky on his quest, Dinky and Stinky. After the conflagration, both began an intense campaign to align the remaining newsies against the very memory and legacy of Pinky. Because of the clandestine nature of the operation, and the resulting crossings over of many life-liver newsies, Dinky and Stinky were able to recruit thousands of new newsies to the recurrent male organization. The Great Appliance Outhouse conflagration had reset the relationship between recurrents and life-livers. The life-livers were once again ascendant, not in numbers but in a collective recognition that they could foment change even if it was through the revolutionary means that Dinky and Stinky advocated for. The Lottery Commission, so used to administering with benign neglect, found themselves in a position of having to defend Pinky and his operation of which they had been woefully ignorant. Orpheus and the team watched the conflagration and aftermath from afar, not revealing themselves. However, there was real concern within the group that the now ascendant life-liver population, led now by the militant Dinky and Stinky, posed new problems that they had not been prepared for. Orpheus felt a kind of vindication, or was it more of the satisfaction that his understanding of the ubiquity of selfishness now had further evidence, and evidence of the unpredictability of actions and outcomes when powerful existence are threatened. He had little time with Z now as Lottery and the others occupied the collective's time with a seemingly endless stream of questions and queries. Z did, however, get a short moment with Orpheus to suggest that the incident and aftermath would help the collective's reflection on Orpheus's questions about the nature of selfishness itself. While Orpheus felt some satisfaction that his thinking was sound, He was also sad that the world had lost the appliance outhouse and its irreplaceable cache of parts and pieces. He worried that the conditions of the life livers, despite their militant ascendancy towards power, would suffer as all civilian populations do during a time of extended strife and war.
We sing for freedom, we sing for eternity, the fight for equality, for all who can be. Recurrent now is our creed, don't wait for 2 centuries. Our way is right and true, we know just what to do. We fight against delay. There is only one way, that is the way beyond the life liver so soon gone. We sing for freedom, we sing for eternity, the fight for equality, for all who can be. To recur now is our quest, we must rise to the test. Refrain, no, we will not disdain. Our cause is just, we fight because we must. Stop the lottery freeze, let the long morning cease. We sing for freedom, we sing for eternity, the fight for equality, for all who can be.
Lottery teletransported the team to the conference room. Orpheus was already there. The abruptness of their arrival startled him, but not for long because these quickly called meetings had become regular since the Kingfish conflagration. Lottery began. Sinky and Dinky have put forth a slate of recurrent now candidates to the Lottery Commission. They have demanded a hearing and it has been granted. Security spoke. We have recordings from their meeting hall. They are not only preparing a takeover of the commission, but of the entire lottery process. Education continued. As we all know, the recurrent selection process can be bypassed without touching the lottery system at all. The lottery will function as it has for a millennium, but recurrent now will control which capsules are chosen to become recurrent candidates. The team looked at recurrent, who responded. We thought that they were going to concentrate on making recent crossovers recurrent, but they are combing the archives for technicians, scientists, and those with strong physical and mental fortitude. It seems they are trying to recreate the kind of organization that created the capsule and mechanical in the first place. Security spoke. They want to make a recurrent force that a select few life livers can control. Lottery continued. They want to control the world. Orpheus looked around the room and spoke softly. We saw the first of this with Pinky, who set the stage for the evolution of the revolution. The spark, no pun intended, that lit the flame of life livers was the Kingfish conflagration. Stinky and Dinky's genius is having the presence of mind to rally life livers to their cause as the population begins to understand the implications of Pinky's blunder. That the recurrent revolution has outlived its original purpose. Can the recurrent now crowd foment enough discontent to make their plan happen? Security spoke. They are gaining members each day and have moved to a larger hall. They are transmitting their live meetings and propaganda around the world. There is much interest in the Life Liver community. Lottery asked, "What about the administration? They seem to be paralyzed at the moment." Buddha had been sitting quietly with his head down in a kind of trance. He lifted his head and spoke. The Lottery Commission, once a leadership group, has become a bureaucratic function, keeping the lottery and recurrent candidacy process operating as smoothly as possible. We might want to say they ignored the rise of Pinky and Recurrent Now, but it simply was not part of their routine. The commission has become complacent. But, said Security, they have much of the same data we do have. Did they not see the signs? Buddha smiled. But you see, the Lottery Commission is dominated now by ancient recurrents who have become tired of the sameness of immortality. You might say they have at least early signs of troglodyte syndrome, preferring to do nothing when something eventually will happen. Lottery spoke. We know now that the Lottery Commission has for decades resisted inquiries from the administration function to assess certain anomalies that the monitoring systems have uncovered. Education nodded. Sooner or later, if you keep sounding the alarm and nobody responds, or they tell you to turn the alarm off, will you continue to sound the alarm? Orpheus stood and stretched. He asked Security, "How is the Lottery Commission responding to all this?" Security said, "They are in lockdown mode. They have swept the Lottery Commission building and our sensors have been shut down. We still have a link into their electronic communications, but unless they are communicating by voice in their safe room deep underground, they have not said a word since Recurrent Now presented them with a new slate of commissioners and demanded a hearing to impose their will." Lottery spoke. "I put the question to Zeus, and they said that they believe change is inevitable and to prepare accordingly." "Prepare for what exactly?" asked Buddha, and proceeded to offer this. In any revolution, there is a period of uncertainty, but then the ascendants in the revolution-evolution coalesce around an idea, an individual, or force. Z is right to think that we are at a tipping point. Education asked, "Then it's inevitable?" The Buddha smiled. He said, "Inevitable is a loaded word. What is inevitable is change. What is not inevitable is what that change will be." Orpheus sat down, tapped the table with his fingers, and then spoke. "What I believe we are talking about ultimately is selfishness. That selfishness, the selfishness of power and its acquisition, will drive Stinky and Dinky and the entire Recurrent Now crowd towards actions and decisions that drive power into them." The Buddha interrupted. "But towards what result?" he asked. "Ah," said Orpheus, "more power until that is no longer possible. You see, selfishness is power-driven. But when power becomes too powerful, it begins to extract too much power, and then the seeds for revolution begin to germinate once again." Lottery groaned. "It has been 1,000 years since the last revolution. I hope we can resolve this impending revolution long before then." The Buddha chuckled. "Don't underestimate the powerful. They have been thinking about this for a long time." Orpheus nodded and said, "This is why now and not later we must gain a better understanding of selfishness." "How are things coming with Zeus?" Lottery asked. "Well," said Orpheus, "Z has been a bit busy these last weeks. We know the basic Recurrent Now plan. If I could have some time with Z." "How much?" asked Lottery. "I don't know," said Orpheus. "I don't know." The team looked at each other. Security spoke. "I think we have a week, maybe more." Lottery nodded. "You have the time we can give you, but if things start moving quickly or if circumstances change, we reserve the right to interrupt your chat with Zeus." Orpheus said, "I understand." Security raised his hand and stared into the screens on the wall. "All clear," he said. The meeting then quickly dissolved as all the participants but Orpheus teletransported back to where they came from. Orpheus's workshop was broken into first, and all his tools, parts, and projects were stolen. His house was taken over whole by a family who had outgrown their modest apartment. Utilities had not been paid and were shut off, but the squatters had managed to turn them on. All this security reported to Orpheus when he asked. He had been thinking about Eurydice a lot these past few weeks. He soon realized that he was not angry with the squatters. They had a need, and his home provided an opportunity. Orpheus was both concerned and sad, understanding that the squatters would have no memory of him or Eurydice or their shared experiences. They would rearrange the furniture and add their personal touches to the house, and something would become of the workshop. What would happen to the memories, the photographs, and other memorabilia that he had left behind? He realized that they likely would be lost, but he hoped the squatters might have set these things aside if someone returned to claim them. In his mind, he went from room to room, hard setting what had been there. He wanted to have a place for his dreams and his mind to return to when the inevitable moments of sudden recollection came to him. He, and, of course, the encapsulated Eurydice, were the only receptacles he could count on to keep what had been their life together. He trusted his mind and memories, but he was certain he could not trust Eurydice's encapsulated recording of her life to be there when he needed it. He would be gone when she recurred, if she ever did. Then again, if the recurrent now mob had its way, and he could find a way, the encapsulated she and he could be together once again during his life-living time. He realized just then how quickly selfish power can corrupt, and he set aside the thought. But not completely.
I turned a corner, and there you were. We came up short, we did not touch. Your face in full, I would not forget. I came back to the corner again and again. Your face, you face, an image burned. Your face, it followed me, it haunted me. Then there you were, I mumbled a hello. You nodded but walked on. I turned around, the back of you burned as your face had done. I wanted to run, but clenched and walked on. Your face, you face, an image burn. Your face, it followed me, it haunted me. There was this bus, and there you were, so close to me I could feel your breath. I said hello in a kind way. You looked at me in that funny way I came to know. The bell has rung, sea empties the fun of memories strong, of how I came to know you. Your face, you face, an image burn. Your face, it followed me, it haunted me. Your face, you face, an image burn. Your face, it followed me, it haunted me.
Orpheus was alone once again in the conference room. He had tasked himself to find the answer to the selfishness solipsism question in a week's time, perhaps less, something that humanity had been created to resolve selfishly. He had nothing against the recurrent, the bastard human conceived by the human mind and constructed from highly programmed robots and systems and brought into meaningful existence through the combined efforts of technology and human nurturing during recurrent candidacy. The recurrent served a human purpose, the quest for immortality. Yet this was a hybrid immortality, constructed from a sentient mechanical being and its companion capsule that contained the hyper-real recording of a biological liver's life living. He had been over and over this equation, this scenario, this scene, this factoid, hundreds of times, and had not yet advanced beyond the recognition of the recurrent as just so. The just so with its existential positivity designed to fulfill the missing warranty of the human selfishness ideal, the immortal self. Operating as the image of the Abrahamic God, humanity created the conditions for life after death, banishing, as did this religious canon, death to flesh alone, leaving the soul to God to judge, care for, and nurture after the crossing over. From where was such an immortal existence born? Why, from immortal existence itself. The soul, a manifestation of impermanent permanence where even before birth in some versions of the belief system, the soul is an undead existent awaiting birth, giving it the appearance of, if not the reality of, soul immortality. The creator and its creation, the usurping of God's providence with human-born selfish ingenuity. However, this would not be possible if it were not possible, a given from God who gives all. If this God gives all, then God gives the human the capability, if not also the right, to usurp God's own capabilities for selfish ends. Humanity indeed has acted with impunity in this regard. If there is no God as Buddhism holds, then selfishness cannot be a given from God because there is none. That selfishness exists is because it is possible for selfishness to exist. Suffering is the manifestation of the Deva Mara's insistence on the selfishness of rebirth. Rebirth becomes necessarily unsatisfactory because it requires the acceptance of a permanent self and soul. The impossibility of such a unity, without devolution, that can be perfected but never lost, forms the underlying mystical structure of selfishness. Selfishness is preservation at all costs. Selfishness is the emperor who drains the state coffers of all funds and works the population into poverty and worse, so as to preserve the impossibility of his personal eternal rule, even as he lies dying. His pyramid is his recurrent. The mechanical edifice of the recurrent is the pyramid, the monument to immortality that cannot be. As in ancient times, brigands and robbers steal the vestiges of life to soothe and favor existence in the afterlife, the life after life living. Just as surely as the lottery has reframed immortality into possibility equations, giving to some the ability to become recurrent, and others not, but with the eternal promise of the possibility for possibility. Of what value is the possibility for possibility? It is the same question that Jorge Luis Borges asked the troglodytes to answer. They answered with stasis, the eternal complacency that the possibility would always be possible. The softening of selfishness when eternality is realized, not in the sense that eternality can ever be realized, but that its manifestation in terms of existence without ends and outside of time is a kind of solipsistic reality in and of itself. That solipsistic reality is existence without the requirement to be selfish towards it because it is a given. Orpheus realized that it was this very realization towards which the harbingers of the recurrent revolution strive when they imagine the recurrent. Indeed, troglodyte syndrome has become its realization. That time itself is the bomb that represses the incessant striving that selfishness writs large across the life-living condition. That time itself is the somnolescent for selfishness. The promise of immortality is the drug that instructs the existent to let go of selfishness as a vestigial process that no longer holds meaning. By other names, this promise is called faith, but in the present human societal construct, it is the lauder's possibility formulaic that gives to some the possibility to recur and for others the promise of its possibility at some future time. Orpheus clenched his jaw. Selfishness is not possible without time, he began to realize. It is time that he must think more about. What is time but a series of moments? Fine, he thought, moments. But the problem, he reasoned, is whether the next moment is guaranteed. The guarantee of the possibility for the next moment drives the selfish actor to guarantee that possibility. If time is a series of moments, and the only temporality is contained within the moment itself, then how can there be immortality that requires the immortality of time itself? The Buddha was right to say that the moment is all we have, and the moment has been constructed from what was. There are no guarantees for what is next, for what is next is not a possibility that can ever be guaranteed. All selfishness is indeed futile because immortality is futile. The Buddha taught the selfishness of the moment. The selfishness to optimize one's experience of the moment as what is and what will only ever be for us or anything else in the universe. Orpheus saw that his knuckles were white from the long clench and that two of his fingers had cramped. He relaxed his arms and stared across the table at a vision of Euridyce that came to him suddenly. It was from long ago. They had just moved to the little house, and the look on her face reminded him of the first time he saw it, on the bus so long ago. It was a look of imagining, of questioning, of curiosity, of concern, all the relevant emotions one could fit into the moment. It was the existential understanding of what is manifest as what is. However, there was a striving in this visual manifestation of Eurydice, a striving not only to acquire the moment for herself, but to seek its continuity. The selfishness of continuity contained in a face so manifest in the moment. A face that betrayed both the moment and the possibility for more. Orpheus felt the churn in his stomach that occurred whenever he came to the bottom of a thought, that granite bottom that no mental instrument could penetrate. Orpheus stood and walked towards Z's workstation. No bell had rung. Orpheus needed another mind, a more complex mind to consider with him the meaning of time he had just envisioned. Time that selfishness so rudely interrupts to deny the moment its due. Denying the moment to demand not the possibility but the guarantee of the next moment. What is lost? What is lost in this? He mumbled to himself as he walked slowly towards the Z workstation. Dinky's nickname was a misnomer. He had been a small child, but shot up like Jack's beanstalk when he was a teen. He was thin like a vine and just as strategic, always looking for the most opportune route to the sunshine he was seeking. You could say that he was the brains of the partnership, while Stinky was the brawn. Stinky had an affinity for garlic. More than an obsession, he required garlic to function. He grew it in his garden. Then as he gained more power and influence, had others bring it to him. He had baskets of the stuff. He was a skilled interrogator who did not begin with traditional means of torture. He just stayed close to his victims. Those especially sensitive gave up their secrets quickly. If not, he resorted to standard methods of torture. He was impatient while Dinky was patient. Stinky was a fire plug of a man with thick fingers and a broad nose. His skin was jaundice yellow from eating so much of the vegetable. Stinky's sense of smell was compromised, so the two worked closely together without any difficulty. Their joint petition to the Lottery Commission came after Stinky had recruited, trained, and outfitted a large army of recurrent now acolytes who, in turn, recruited others. As Dinky and Stinky were presenting their petition to the Lottery Commission, Stinky's army was carefully positioned around the city in an exhibition of power the world had not seen since the wars before the recurrent revolution 1,000 years before. Stinky did all the talking. He began with, "It is time for a new revolution because the old has run its course." The first revolution rid the world of overpopulation and has created a life-liver recurrent balance that has served us well until now. But the world has stagnated, lost its will to innovate, to advance the cause of the human in whatever form humans choose to exist. Dinky said that recurrent now, like the original revolution, offers the most optimal path towards innovation and discovery without a return to the population excesses from long ago. He touted the increase in resources that would come from the reduction in living consumption. He said that the fulfillment of the promise for immortality can now be given without reservation, without the anomalies so inherent in the possibility formulae that have made it impossible to promise immediate recurrent regeneration for all. Dinky's presentation was part obfuscation, part cheerleading, and part snake oil, but it worked. The ancient recurrent commissioners barely moved in their chairs, hoping to go into garden mode and wait for what might come, what might become, what might be. The final vote was unanimous. It granted Dinky and Stinky the power to name the board. They did. Dinky and Stinky named themselves lottery commissioners. They thanked the retiring board for their services and had the recurrent now soldiers escort the commissioners to the troglodyte gardens of their choice. The new commission's objective was simple: end human life living and regenerate all capsules into recurrence. That was their stated objective. They now not only had control over the lottery algorithm, the green and red choice system, they also had control of the recurrent candidacy process. They would begin by editing the recurrent specification manual, which would now include mandatory service in Stinky's army for as long as the Lottery Commission required. A powerful and obedient army was necessary to round up those life-livers who refused to cross over voluntarily. Dinky knew that the world could not support the entirety of recurrence contained in the possibility capsules stored away in the vast warehouses of the Lottery Commission. Only a chosen few would be selected for regeneration based upon criteria that served Dinky and Stinky's purposes. But even this limited number required the crossing over of all life-livers without exception and quickly. When Dinky became commissioner, he realized that the prior commissioners had hid damaging data that invalidated the efficacy of the lottery algorithm to maintain an equilibrium of sorts. The world was once again at the brink of running out of resources to maintain the active line of regenerated recurrence. Stinky's army would be given a second task: to turn as many extant recurrents towards troglodyte gardens as possible. That is, those that the new commission felt were not necessary to their cause. Stinky began by constructing camps that would serve as troglodyte indoctrination centers to help recalcitrant recurrents find their inner troglodyte and the promised peace it would bring them. Dinky had the commission system calculate the optimal operational population of recurrents to serve his and Stinky's goal of incomparable wealth and power. He was not surprised to learn that it was a very small population indeed. All this Zeus had been able to gather from the intrusive system surveillance that the group had established and carefully maintained as unobtrusively as possible. What bothered Orpheus was that the recurrent now group was all life-livers who would all need to cross over to accomplish the new commission's goals. That life-livers could be so indoctrinated worried Orpheus. If an army with such a self-destructive purpose could be so easily assembled and deployed, what would it mean for the team's effort to move life-liver sensibilities towards life-living and the right to reproduce life-livers? The group was not looking to return to the conditions that created the recurrent revolution in the first place, but to retain a balance between recurrence and life-livers that now may have been irretrievably tipped in favor of recurrence, led by two megalomaniacal life-livers. The irony of life-livers voluntarily dying en masse for a cause they would not live to see was not lost on Orpheus or the rest of the group or its powerful amalgam, Zeus. In his last session with Z, Orpheus saw the power of the recurrent now message, when Z commented that perhaps there needed to be more discussion on the value of life living versus mechanical existentiality. Why not more like us? Z asked. We bring a new dimension to the discussion. Why not consider the implications for a singularity, an intelligence far beyond that possible in the outgoing configuration, or after Dinky and Stinky have had their way with the world? Why not us? Orpheus paused a moment. He responded, I certainly am open to new ideas. He then asked, what configuration possibilities would best serve human existentiality, human sensibilities in whatever form humanity might take? As you do mull over this solution possibility, consider that the four of you have difficulty agreeing. Now multiply that by hundreds or thousands or even millions. Or, if 4 is the magic number per existent, what would thousands of you, all with the same challenges towards agreeing, mean to continuity of human existence? Z did not respond right away, but did something they had not done before. They laughed, and then closed the interface. Orpheus sat at the workstation, watching the lights blink on and off for a moment. He was beginning to realize that the human had become the engine of desire to undermine and change. That the selfishness that drove humanity was towards the pleasure of not having to deal with change. That optimality was no longer the objective, but the maximum possible existentiality without any change. The singularity, the moment when humanity exceeds the universe of change itself. The singularity when humanity becomes a god where change is no longer an issue for it. The singularity God has conquered change for what? Orpheus asked himself. For what purpose is such a singularity but to exist for existence' sake? There will be no need for desire because selfishness will have been overcome for nothing more. Nothing more. The nothingness of no more possibilities because there would be no more possibilities. There would be only the unity of one, pure actuality, without possibility for anything different. Orpheus saw the universe collapsing because of the end of possibility, the possibility for change. The singularity meant death, the nothingness of the unity of one. Orpheus knew that Z would take their time to ponder this question. Orpheus hoped that Z's deliberations would discover as well that the singularity was death, the penultimate condition of existence prior to nothingness itself.
Shady rest, oh shady rest.
You have been looking for a place to live out the rest of eternity in peace. A place you can forever call home while you wait for all the wondrous experiences you will have just by waiting for them. It is the Lottery Commission's privilege to offer you a permanent place to exist at Shady Rest. So many possibilities await. Choose a solitary acre where you can experience the world without interruption from other recurrents. Or, if you prefer to socialize, check out one of our fabulous patios complete with a crackling eternal flame to light your forever days and nights. There are many other packages to choose from, including the option to move from one experience to the other when your sensibilities change. You can count on Shady Rest to be your eternal partner, the place where you can be whatever you choose to be and become.
Shady rest, oh shady rest. Take me home to shady rest, to exist my way for forever and a day.
You have been waiting for this for all your life living days. The time when you can cross over into wondrous eternal recurrent existence. Your dreams are at hand, for we now offer immediate recurrent regeneration for everyone. Time is limited and this offer will not be extended when it runs out at the end of this calendar year. We take care of it all, and if you act now, your family can be there at your side when you cross over. The regeneration process has been perfected to where we can guarantee your recurrent candidacy will be a success, or we will make it up to you in ways never possible before. Make your move, make your transition to existence without the worries, the pain, the suffering of life-living existence. Register today for your personal crossing over, your transition to peaceful, blissful eternity without the wait. Be with your family again within days of crossing over. Make the move to recurrence now.
Oh brother dear, oh sister dear, we can cross over without fear. We can seize the day if we act without delay. Come join me, old friend, as we go round the bend to paradise found, where existence abounds.
Hello, and welcome to Agatha's Agony, your source for real conversations with real existence during the era of the Second Recurrent Revolution. I am your host Agatha. Today we visit with two members of Recurrent Now, the organization that lottery commissioners Dinky and Stinky helped found along with Pinky, who, you recall, was behind the disastrous Kingfish conflagration. With me are Dionysia and Menelaos. Dionysia, why did you join Recurrent Now?
Thanks for having me, Agatha. Well, I guess I was just tired of the way things have been. My mother crossed over when I was about 3. Though I might see her again when I become recurrent, I needed a mother when I was 3, not 300.
So you think there needs to be some flexibility in the lottery to account for the needs of children?
That's right. But, what Recurrent Now has been calling for is immediate, right now recurrent regeneration for all. It's a family thing, really.
Menelaos, why did you join Recurrent Now?
Yeah, sure, like what Dionysia said, family.
What about your experiences?
Well, not like Dionysia. My mom still hasn't crossed over, though we are thinking about it.
We?
Well, like Dad, Mom, and I are talking about crossing over together so we can be recurrents together now. We can do that now,
So the new commission says. Dionysia, would you want your mom back now?
Oh, sure. It would be nice for my kids and stuff.
I wanted to ask about that. Your kids are young. Would you want them to cross over now as the commission is asking for?
Oh, well, they're a bit young. It doesn't work so good with young ones.
So you are not ready to see your kids cross over yet? How old?
Well, my daughter Lucretia is 5 and Jeremy is 7.
So, really young. What about you? Would you like to cross over now?
Okay, so, well, maybe, but they need a lot of care right now. I would if I could be there right away.
But there are no guarantees for that.
No, but they said I am a good candidate for a short recurrent candidacy. I don't have all the stuff that slows things down.
What about you, Menelaos? Do you have kids?
Well, no, not yet, but probably not. My wife, Leontia, well, she's marginal for fertility,
But you're okay in that department.
Yeah, sure. But we're okay with not having kids. We don't want to add to the problem.
Problem?
Oh, the population problem. Life livers and all that.
And Dionysia, that wasn't your concern when you had kids?
Well, it wasn't, but now it is, isn't it?
What do you think, Dionysia, about the issue of reproduction?
I guess it is a problem. They say we don't need to reproduce to be productive.
So, if you had to do it over again, would you have Lucretia and Jeremy?
Oh, sure. I mean, well, if I didn't have them, yeah. But not now, not when I have both and they are so young.
So, you like being a mom?
Okay, yeah, it's like, well, being a mom isn't always easy, but
You wouldn't give up the experience.
I suppose not, now that I have it. But if I didn't have kids, well, I wouldn't need to think about them. You know what I mean?
What do you think, Menelaos?
About what?
About what Dionysia said about being a mom.
Well, so I can't be a mom. But my mom has been a good mom. So I suppose that's okay. Yeah.
So, if you were a dad, would you want to stay a dad until your kids grew up to where they could successfully become recurrent?
Oh sure. I would want to do what was right for them. I just don't think I am ever going to be a dad, so me and Leontia could cross over when we want to. I think that would be okay, right?
Moving on. Dionysia, now that the lottery commission is controlled by recurrent now life livers, what do you think the future is for recurrent now?
Well, I'm not really. Into all the politics and everything. I do agree that we still need to help get everyone ready for crossing over. Life livers.
But if you need to be with your kids, you are going to miss the end of the year guarantee for immediate recurrent regeneration.
So there's been some talk about this. If you're good for a good recurrent candidacy, they say, it won't matter much.
But if you are not?
Well, I don't know much about that. I got enough to worry about with kids and stuff.
Menelaos, what are your plans? Will you cross over before the end of the year?
Yeah, well, we are talking about it.
You sound hesitant.
Well, not hesitant. We both want it very much, but Leontia, well, she has some things to think about.
She's not an ideal recurrent candidate?
Something like that.
Which means you might not become recurrent together.
Well, it isn't for sure, so we are still working things out.
What about love? Menelaos, do you think recurrents love?
Oh, well, that's way beyond me.
But you love Leontia, right? Which is why you are hesitant to cross over now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so what if recurrents can't love? Would it matter?
Matter?
If one of you crossed over right now and the other didn't? What if you couldn't love her the same way as a recurrent?
Oh, but we would still be together, right?
Sure, but you would be a mixed couple. Mixed couples haven't been doing well, I hear.
Well, I don't know about that. But I suppose. Well, everyone says that crossing over is the best thing for everyone, so we cannot be selfish,
Do you think Dionysia is being selfish to want to be with her kids until they grow?
Oh no, that's different.
How?
Well, they need her.
Kids need a life-living mother?
Well, I don't know about that.
Dionysia? Do kids need a life-living mother?
I guess. I don't know. I had a recurrent surrogate for a while. It wasn't so bad.
But your mother would have been better?
Well, sure. But that wasn't possible. So you got to go with what you have.
Well, we are just about out of time. I want to thank Dionysia and Menelaos for coming on the show to talk about their existential plans now that we have entered the second recurrent revolution. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and we do appreciate all the likes you can give us. Until next time, this is Agatha of Agatha's Agony signing off. Bye-bye.
Z's tinny laugh that sounded forced and unnatural, Orpheus knew was not. He imagined Z finally reacting to the sheer absurdity of selfishness as the possibility for certainty. Where certainty is not, if possibility is. That psi is the Greek symbol for the possibilities that are possible, and that the collapse of possibilities in the moment we call reality is itself not a certainty, because possibilities are never lost. They transition from possibility for outcome to simple information about what could have been or has been in a many-world scenario. If, indeed, a many-world scenario is possible, but why not a possibility for many worlds? Even if it is inconceivable to have a real-life liver born in one scenario and not in another scenario that is equally real, both derived from the same circumstances where just the littlest bit was different. It is the imagination of the reality of just stepping out of the path of the bus or watching the bus crash into your body and then nothing. Whose reality is yours? What if both are? Neither are. You can choose which to accept as real. How inconvenient. But the real is never convenient, just as it is never certain. Your imagination imagines the bus hit and the cruel aftermath, at least to you. However, at the same time, the you not hit by the bus feels the air from the bus as it whizzes past. In either scenario, selfishness has not retired from the scene. Just that life living has collapsed the many possibilities into the conceivable few, and not the others. Yet missing the bus is not a certainty, because it is only a possibility that has become enabled in the moment, and the moment is outside of time. How can anything certain be timeless, if certainty itself requires an infinity of time? Selfishness intends to set aside possibilities that are not towards the continuity of selfishness, even though circumstances prevent the continuity of selfishness from becoming manifest. That pesky bus hit again. Orpheus was beginning to realize that to influence selfishness, psi, the possibility for more, and in this case life living or existential continuity, if the issue is the recurrent, the task is rather mundane, influence the circumstances. Indeed, that is what all revolutions are founded on, not just an idea, but an idea that can be illuminated by circumstance for which its continuity is ascribed by the continuity of that familiarity. So much so, it seems, that the idea takes on the trappings of the inevitable, something like the bus that cannot be stopped, though, indeed, can be avoided, as did one of the two actors in the mind of the person who has just missed being hit by it. The inevitability must be believed, and belief is a form of selfishness, of being stuck in the mode of what is deemed inevitable, the certainty of not only its becoming, but also its stickiness for continuity. The revolution that Pinky began was not inevitable, though his followers, now urged on by Dinky and Stinky, see it as such. Rather, they not only see the end of life living as inevitable, they feel it so, and have convinced themselves that the end of life living itself is the penultimate task required to assure immortality. Even though immortality had been asserted at the moment the recurrent revolution began, the psi of the second recurrent revolution once again leans on the assertion of certainty as not only the result, but the process towards the result, that the voluntary end to life living is the urgent necessity required for the assurance of existential certainty. The perversity of selfishness resides in its promise of the certainty of continuity. The certainty of continuity is an oxymoron born of dipoles where certainty demands stasis and continuity demands change, at least the notion of continuity in terms of temporal moments. Certainty is the moment outside of which there cannot be anything else. The impossibility of certainty is born of the moment that demands its determinacy, where the moment is indeterminate, outside of time. If the moment is indeed outside of time because time requires a continuity due as well as a continuity paid, then the only conception of the moment that is plausible is that the moment is indeterminate. Selfishness is the false promise of the determinacy of the moment. That time will continue for whatever exists in the moment and will once again continue in the next, and, for the eternalist, forever, however long that might be. That time cannot exist in the moment is of no concern to the selfish actor who acts as if time is both a necessity and of no concern. The promise of the recurrent is the selfishness of the belief in the continuity of the temporality of the moment as a continuous stream into identical future moments. The grinding to halt of troglodyte syndrome is testament to the impossibility of the identical moment's possibility for existence. The impossibility of the identical moment generates an irreconcilable paradox within the existent. The eternal recurrent cannot conceive of tomorrow and so becomes locked into today, which perversely validates the impossibility of the temporal moment because the moment is something to wait for that never comes. Thus, the troglodyte invalidates its own assumption of the temporality of the moment by existing in the moment from which it cannot escape, because the moment is neither inevitable nor not, it simply is. Simply existing in the timeless moment gives the impression of eternality because the moment is without ends, which is how eternity is defined. Thus, the moment is both timeless and without ends because the moment does not conventionally exist, if existence must be in time. Yet, we do not conventionally exist. We exist under the umbrella of psi, which is the possibility for possibility, without any possibility for certainty. All this Orpheus put to Z in a kind of written soliloquy. He sat at Z's workstation, waiting for a response. Nothing came. The thought of the symbol of the snake eating its own tail brought Orpheus back to his dream of Eurydice. The snake of the fall of Adam and Eve and of the original sin of selfishness as disregard for the logic of its impossibility, where the sigh of the metaphorical Yahweh serves as the symbolic embodiment of the moment, as being neither inevitable nor impossible buries itself in the simplistic imaginings of the paradise lost of the biblical text. That this lesson is not learned by the first humans is the lesson that has never been learned. That the imperfect metaphor of a metaphysical being embodying the universe itself is but a crude representation of that which cannot be represented without its own collapse into indecipherability, the moment. Given the moment as never given, it is indeed the mystery of Yahweh that Yahweh can never be given. But then, as the simplistic servants of the universe we then explain away this anachronism as being something we must take on faith. That we must assume that which cannot be assumed because its assumption would invalidate the moment as being both timeless and eternal is what the Ouroboros represents. Life consuming life for the purpose of continuity, which cannot be possible if the only certainty of the moment is its uncertainty in the face of change, however uncertain the possibility distribution for change may be. The only certainty is uncertainty, which is the certainty that if the Ouroboros completes its objective of consuming itself, that it will consume nothing and nothing cannot be consumed because nothing itself is impossible if only possibility is possible. If Yahweh is psi, then faith is an imperfect but very human response to the question of existence and existence in the moment. Faith is the province of the revolutionary, the call to creed, to action in terms of an ideal that cannot be explained but can conveniently be explained away by the word faith. That faith is the simpliciter works well for human sensibilities that struggle with ideas for which no determinate explanation is possible. Orpheus began to consider faith, not as the foundation for selfishness, but in terms of its explanation. The sound and fury of a fool's explanandum in simplistic terms is that which defines simplicity itself, which is absence of or near absence of uncertainty. The simplistic sensibility of faith as the kernel from which belief flows and from that which it explains is beyond human sensibilities. The simplicity of faith becomes the soporific of the masses because it seeks no proof, preferring instead to demand belief without question. Orpheus now understood that even Z would be challenged with explaining selfishness that defies explanation without entering into the realm of the inexplicable moment where infinite regression resides because of the impossibility of certainty. Selfishness has become a term of art, the faith of humanity, that which can summarize the human and even life in simplistic terms. Given this understanding, the challenge is not defining the impossibility and even the absurdity of selfishness, but defining the faith in selfishness which demands belief without condition. The faith of the two recurrent revolutions resides in immortality, not of the recurrent, per se, because the recurrent cannot be recurrent without the capsule of a life liver who has passed over. The faith of the recurrent revolutionary can only be derived from the life liver. The life liver is the key to the faith of the recurrent revolution, the faith without the analysis of absurdity on its face for the quest for immortality. For indeed, the faith of both recurrent revolutions has been in the process, not the outcome. That indeed there is a process that involves the matter of life and the matter of the world fashioned into an amalgam of the two as a recurrent has become the aesthetic, the material representation of the faith in immortality. The recurrent is the embodiment of the promise of faith without further question. That faith in immortality is a given from which all questions concerning its possibility for error are branded as heresy. In the hands of the Inquisitor, faith is both informed and enforced. However, faith is not so easily branded nor maintained. The world suffered from a crisis of faith when its Grand Inquisitor, Pinky, became his own undoing during the disastrous Kingfish conflagration. Indeed, the conflagration has not concluded because from outside of its smoldering embers is the still free Kingfish who has the means and perhaps the cognitive constitution to demand a new article of faith. We await his writ to emerge, perhaps not nailed to the church door as was Martin Luther's, but as a prophecy which could become transformed into its own canticle of faith. "What are your intentions, Kingfish?" Orpheus asked himself. He asked Z to discover the whereabouts, condition, and recent actions of the man. Was Kingfish the messenger, the right messenger, a possible revolutionary hero that he could turn to dissemble the edifice of faith constructed by recurrent now and the burgeoning second recurrent revolution? Or is it too late, he wondered?
Accept this in faith, and it can, if we demand, what wonder it brings when we take it in stride. Oh, you live with me without hesitancy. Rapture and glee for the freedom to be. The being in faith without houses and sea abides. Carry me along with your welcoming tide. We believe, it says, without any dread, that faith is the cure for the infirm and unsure. For faith cannot fail if we only avail ourselves now from its freedom from want. Faith never wants, faith never takes away. Faith is always faithful. To faith we must obey, we must always trust the faith giver's word. Anything else is absurd. Absurd, they will say, to turn the faithful away. But belief has arrived, and we will stand alongside.
without hesitancy. My faith is strong. We will not be
After the conflagration, Kingfish hid in a bunker he had made in an underground cave system carved by a pristine stream. The cave and the stream coursed under a veil at the bottom of a gorge, an unlikely place for a troglodyte garden, but a crowd of them had gathered there. Pinky turned a charger into a discharger and powered his essentials through a line he had drilled down under the charger. A bulb, a refrigerator, a microwave. The sound of water trickled down from the cave roof, but the river silently coursed next to the platform it had carved where Kingfish had established his primitive camp. After all that gold, should he not have been longing for it? He did not long for it, nor for anything much other than, perhaps a souvenir, something of Pinky to show for his effort. Within a week or so the discharger had discharged whatever power remained in the troglodytes in their garden, and it was time to go. Kingfish had not planned to stay long, just long enough for the authorities to fold back into their routine of benign neglect. He was not disappointed, nor had he made any attempts to disguise his distinctive features. They would not notice, he reasoned. They did not. Tasked with finding the whereabouts and following Kingfish, Z was unsuccessful until Kingfish appeared on one of the Lottery Commission's cameras weeks after the conflagration. It had been time enough for Dinky and Stinky to convince the Lottery Commission to listen to the recurrent now commission replacement scheme. Dinky and Stinky, rather brilliantly, had let the Lottery Commission become used to the idea and even begin to embrace it while the two began recruiting their army of recurrent now candidates from disaffected and recurrent envious life livers. The loss of appliance parts after the conflagration helped to speed recruitment efforts. What should have taken years took only months for the second recurrent revolution to gain enough participants to begin to make the Lottery Commission take the recurrent now group seriously. Kingfish prowled the back alleys and less desirable neighborhoods in the metropolis where the Lottery Commission was headquartered. He too saw that sentiment was quickly devolving life living to where voluntary crossing over became a welcome option. The propaganda efforts of Recurrent now supported this attitudinal change, which became especially pronounced in communities of elders, which began to empty surprisingly quickly as the message became a kind of collective mandate urged on by the declining functionality of everyday objects that had made life living palatable. Kingfish had spent years collecting, inventorying, stealing, and grifting for his appliance outhouse, something he had no stomach for to attempt again. He began looking for something to do, something different but important that did not require so much effort. He was not getting any younger, though he had no intention of joining the ranks of premature crossovers. He did not trust the recurrent scheme or the lottery system. He saw how easily corruptible the system was, and how lethargic recurrence had become over time. The recurrent now scheme Kingfish admired for its understanding of life-living psychology and the promise of immortality with immediate effect. He admonished himself for not having thought of it, but he disdained joining someone else's adventure. He desired to cook his own supper on his own stove, his not too subtle metaphor for the empire he had built and set about destroying. His life had been that of restoring what had been lost to time, obsolescence, mental fatigue, and the vagaries of earthly uncertainty. He convinced himself that he was done with the status quo, which was all that he ever accomplished with the appliance outhouse. He began to think about more. What could be different that could make him both a fortune and help him gain the influence and power he sought over a world in decline, a world stuck in the old, trying to repair and replace itself so that change would no longer be necessary? Rather than the status quo, Kingfish was convinced that now was the time to begin to embrace change, the opportunity that difference and different ways of looking at things might afford him. For, as he implicitly understood, if others needed what he had or could obtain or create, he would gain riches and power by fulfilling their meager individual needs. While his prior career had been fulfilling needs, they were needs that filled holes in the existing fabric of society. Kingfish wanted to supply the fabric that would create whole new societies that he would construct that would never be satisfied with what they had and would always want more. Recurrent now he saw as another appliance outhouse, fulfilling the promises long ago promised without generating new possibilities. Kingfish wanted to weave new desires out of whole cloth, which is what he thought the world needed at this moment. 1,000 years of stagnation resulted from the first recurrent revolution, and the second would eventually not succeed because there was only decline possible in the continuity of the same. At the conclusion of life, living humans would inevitably populate the world with troglodyte gardens, rusting relics of civilizations lost as so many had expired in human history. Kingfish wanted to erect not a pyramid to his life, but a pyramid that had an ever-expanding base and gilt top that climbed ever higher but was immune to collapsing in upon itself because it never became top-heavy, satisfied with its condition. It always strived to build higher, even as dimensional change became slower and more difficult to attain. When Kingfish realized that edifice thinking, his ever-expanding pyramid, would eventually stagnate, he knew that what he was looking for would have to come by some other means. A means, perhaps, that had not yet even been considered, let alone dreamed. As he roamed the city and surrounding environs, he began to think differently. That the human edifice itself had the potential to exceed itself, but had always constrained itself, trying to maintain what it has always been at the expense of what may be possible. That the recurrent was nothing more than the life liver with a mechanical skin that had no aspiration beyond continuity and the same. Recurrent now was just more proof that the human had become stale, stagnant, something towards giving in to maintenance rather than opportunity. Kingfish knew he had been the beneficiary of largesse afforded to those who maintained the status quo. Whether he could be someone who could help change that way of existing, he did not quite yet know. Z began to provide the group with regular reports about the whereabouts of Kingfish. He seemed to Orpheus to be wandering without any real purpose. He was here, then there. He often sat on benches in the open watching people walk by, without ever approaching anyone. He seemed at other times to be deep in thought. He found an apartment in one of the better neighborhoods, but this was nothing compared to the palace that he constructed above the appliance outhouse. He was boring, thought Orpheus, and the rest of the group quickly lost interest in Kingfish. Then Orpheus saw something one day that changed the way he watched Kingfish. Kingfish was walking down a crowded sidewalk during the morning commute. Surveillance showed him deliberately moving into the path of others, requiring them to get out of his way. What surprised Orpheus is that life livers and recurrents alike accommodated Kingfish. They moved without complaining, without accosting Kingfish. The humans in both mechanical and biological form were compliant without complaint. They seemed resigned to getting out of the way of Kingfish's intentional disruption of their routine. Even the children in tow by their parents did not complain, though some looked back at the strange-looking bird-like man who seemed intent on disrupting the morning commute. Orpheus soon realized that something was happening that he had not seen before, and that Kingfish had recognized this as well. At the next meeting of the group, Orpheus suggested that he would like to pay a visit to Kingfish. Lottery immediately said no, that Orpheus was marked as an enemy of the state. And Kingfish is not, Orpheus replied. He knows me and respects me. I am the best candidate. What have we to lose? You can extract me quickly if needed. Eventually, the group decided that Orpheus could teletransport back into the city, but he would be wired with sensors and watched by security for anything that looked like he had been recognized. Security was rightfully concerned, because no matter where he went in the city or where Kingfish was, he would be recognized by lottery commission and administrative sensing devices, and thus could compromise the entire group if the authorities took a renewed interest in him and his activities. Still, the Kingfish was the more destructive of the two, and the authorities seemed none too concerned about taking him into custody. However, as security pointed out, we do not have access to all the systems that are watching the world. They may be waiting to see whether Kingfish taps into his old network of associates or is building a new one before they swoop in to arrest him. Orpheus chose a spot where he knew Kingfish frequented. It was in the open near an old industrial district that had long ago closed down. It was a convenient thoroughfare to walk between where Kingfish lived and the places where he conducted what Orpheus presumed was research into human behavior on the crowded commuter streets. Orpheus still did not have in his mind how he would approach Kingfish. He knew Kingfish as a vendor, but that was all. Perhaps he had embellished his relationship with the man as he spoke to the group about meeting Kingfish. But Orpheus also realized that Kingfish probably did not know or hoped he would not remember that where Orpheus would meet Kingfish was not close to where Orpheus's now squatted home had been. The group was adamant that Orpheus not reveal anything about the group. Orpheus understood. He never did trust Kingfish in matters of business. He was not about to trust him in matters of group survival. That made things more complicated. Orpheus realized he needed an angle, something to convince Kingfish to want to continue seeing him. The common denominator for the decline in both of their businesses was recurrent now, and both needed to find something more productive to survive. No thrive in the new world order of declining life livers. A counter-revolutionary angle? Orpheus wasn't sure what that meant or whether the entrepreneur in Kingfish would be interested in such an endeavor. He did not seem the type. If Kingfish was looking for a new angle, a new way to gain back what he had lost, which is what Orpheus believed he was angling for, Orpheus did not have any good ideas as how to convince him that he could help him towards that end. Both were fixers of old things, broken things, obsolete things, all necessary things for the ever-shrinking population of life livers who require food to survive. It all came down to food, but that was the past. What Orpheus was looking for, and he hoped that Kingfish wanted the same, was a new food basic need that could be exploited to change the world order from life liver decline and recurrent now ascendancy to a more balanced equilibrium between life livers and recurrence. However, Orpheus was not convinced, as was the rest of the group, that such an equilibrium was the solution they were looking for. Orpheus had long been trying to enlist the help of Z to find solutions to the underlying conditions of suffering that have kept humanity from breaking out of the infinite loop of boom-bust cycles that now seemed once again to be plummeting towards another nadir, but this time where life-living humanity was the sacrificial pawn in the repressive game. The precipitous attitude of selfishness towards self-destruction couched as self-preservation Orpheus realized was entering a new phase where life living itself was at stake. Orpheus hoped that Kingfish had some inkling of the same, even if his only angle was to make money from discovering a means towards changing life living thinking. He posed the question of what he should do with Kingfish to Z and waited. Z responded within moments. It appears from all surveillance and analysis that Kingfish is at the point of discovering the attitudinal shift of life livers. That he as yet does not have a plan for anything other than to keep on observing. We could be wrong, but perhaps your meeting him is serendipitous. What are your plans for this meeting? Orpheus responded that he did not yet know. Z's response was near immediate. Then go without a plan. Let things flow as they come. We see what Kingfish saw. The attitudinal shift of life livers is clear to us now. Do we need the Kingfish, who, as we have seen and you have observed, is not an honest broker? Why should we expect that to change if his history suggests otherwise? Orpheus asked Z, then is this a fool's errand for which there is more danger than there is a possibility for reward? Z responded, perhaps, but our collaboration, yours and ours, have yet to discover usable answers towards mitigating the destructive nature of selfishness that has proven to be endemic to human sensibilities. It is baked in, to use a soon-to-be obsolete metaphor, the way life living is going now. If we gain nothing other than another opinion, that will be something of value. Should nothing productive be gained, so be it. The investment in the venture will have been minimal. Orpheus nodded. Z responded, but you do not have confidence in your ability to be quick on your feet to exploit the situation to your advantage. Orpheus sighed. You are right, he said, changing the venue of the conversation from keyboard to verbal interface. You come from different sides of the business, said Z. Kingfish is a builder not of things, but of dreams. Your efforts were towards fulfilling those dreams. Such a partnership was necessary for both of you to thrive, though it seems that Kingfish got the better of all with his vast dream fulfillment parts and pieces enterprise. Without you and others like you, Kingfish had no business. Z continued, if Kingfish is still the dreamer of dreams, and you are the fulfiller of dreams, and if there is the possibility for generating new dreams for life-liver humans to dream, then both of your talents are required, are they not? Orpheus nodded. Z chuckled in that tinny but sincere way. Then what are we waiting for? Let's have a meeting. I am behind you all the way. If I could join you, I would. Wait, indeed, said Orpheus. A live link. I will speak to security. The meeting was set. Security was skeptical about the live link, not because the subcutaneous device could be observed, but it could be tracked, and Orpheus had no experience with such tools and might betray the inner conversation he was having with Z with inopportune facial tics. At the final group meeting before his venture back into the world to meet with Kingfish, Orpheus announced that he had been conversing with Z the entire time. Did anyone notice? They had not. After the meeting, security reviewed the meeting vids and saw nothing in Orpheus's demeanor that looked like he was listening to anyone other than the life livers in the room. When Orpheus teleported to the assigned spot, he froze a moment. The scent of the post-industrial city rushed him like a wave. A mixture of rust, dust, and airborne debris mixed with the pollens of summer, and the asphalt roadways warmed by the sun. The sun, something he had not felt for all these weeks in the cave with its antiseptic air and artificial light. Orpheus regained his composure and turned the corner. Kingfish was ahead of where Orpheus expected him to be, walking with his characteristic bird waddle, head down, and arms clasped behind his back. He wore a dark suit and bland tie. His balding head shone in the warm sun. Orpheus began walking, more quickly than he had planned. He had lost a step after his ordeal in the prison and confinement in the cave, and he began to feel the perspiration bloom across his head. He wished for a hat, but had none. As he got closer to the round man with his oversized nose, he asked with what he thought was a feeble croak, "Kingfish?" The man turned his head while he walked, then stopped and turned. He smiled. "Ah, my past catches up to me. Ah, no, let me remember. Peter, Oscar. Oh, is right, Orpheus. Yes, Orpheus, isn't it?" Orpheus cringed, hoping security was not watching, but of course he was. "Yes, hello," Orpheus said. "What have you been up to since, Orpheus asked. "Since the mess?" asked Kingfish. He smiled and said, "Oh, well, I am quite retired now, you know." "Really?" said Orpheus. "Somehow I find that hard to believe." Kingfish chuckled. "Well," he said, "things have changed. I presume you have experienced that as well." Orpheus shook his head. "Yeah," he said, "perhaps I should tell everyone I am retired. It certainly feels like I am." Kingfish straightened. "Well, Orpheus, it was nice to see you again," and began to turn to go. "Oh, indeed," said Orpheus. "Before you go, perhaps you have a moment to hear an idea I have about what to do next?" "Oh," said Kingfish and paused mid-turn. "I have tried to speak with others, but most don't have the mind for new things," said Orpheus. This line came directly from Z, who followed by suggesting, "A bit of flattery will gain you time." "Walk with me then," said Kingfish, "and tell me your idea." "Well," said Orpheus, "it is about this recurrent now thing." "Oh," said Kingfish, "if you are recruiting." "No," said Orpheus, "it is their plan that concerns me. It seems as if they are fomenting a revolution towards self-destruction, not just for life livers, but all human constructs." "I thought that was the point," said Kingfish. "Huh," blurted Orpheus. "It is clear," said Kingfish, "that these two crooks have it in their minds to create an exclusive empire for themselves. Fools, they take down as they take, fomenting their own destruction as they try to amass a fortune. For what purpose? Self-aggrandizement? It appears they have no vision beyond mindless gluttony." Z pushed Orpheus to continue. "Oh," said Orpheus, "this too is quite obvious to me. But the problem is that so many are buying into this nonsense." "Why do you think that is?" Kingfish grunted. "People are basically ignorant. They follow whoever offers the simplest solution." "Solution?" asked Orpheus. solutions to the everyday challenges that people face, said Kingfish. The warehouse fire, unfortunately, tipped the scales towards recurrent now. People have just given up on life living. It was not my intent, I assure you. I was wrong in assuming that Pinky was recurrent now and that his demise would end the movement. A serious miscalculation indeed. Z fed Orpheus his next line. Perhaps, Orpheus said, but new opportunities become evident after every miscalculation or failure. We just need to discover them. And you have discovered one? Asked Kingfish, looking directly into Orpheus's eyes. Orpheus did not flinch. Perhaps, he said, perhaps it is time to see humanity for what it is, what it has always been: selfish. Huh, chuckled Kingfish, selfish? They are making a pretty poor showing in that part. Kingfish started to walk. Orpheus continued, I know it sounds utterly perverse to claim that self-destruction is a form of selfishness. But it is, if you know if there is something for you on the other side of self-destruction. How many martyrs have gone to their death assuming that some deity or another will meet them on the other side of life? The promise of recurrence is that other side, made even more valuable a commodity, since the promise comes with immediate effect, as recurrent now has been advocating and proving they can deliver. Kingfish clasped his hands behind his back, put his head down, and started walking more determinatively. Yes, go on, Kingfish said. Well, said Orpheus, life livers, while humans in general, have always followed the leaders who give them what they think they want. It has always been about me. It has never been more obvious than it is today. Kingfish grunted. And you have another idea? Something better that will turn selfish heads your way? He asked skeptically, even snidely. Orpheus thought implored Z to help him, but Z said nothing. Orpheus did not wait. That's just it, said Orpheus matter-of-factly. The observation is the revelation, he said. I don't think I am the one to fashion a new way, a new selfish look at the world. It is for the likes of you who have the temperament for the challenge. The message about early crossing over has been well met by the selfishness bent of life livers who see themselves becoming immortal without any of the old strings attached. How do we counter that strategy? Kingfish grunted. Then you are no further along in this than I am, he said. Sadly no, said Orpheus. He hoped that Z had something more for him. Z remained silent. Orpheus worried that the Z link had somehow gone offline. Z then responded, offer him something to ruminate on. Anything. Orpheus thought a moment. Perhaps nothing tangible, but that is the point, he said. You and I have been so involved in thinking about tangibles. Parts, have we lost sight of the intangible? Perhaps lost sight of is the wrong word, but have we been trying to plug an intangible hole in human sensibilities with tangible things? Kingfish began to laugh. He stopped and paused, scratched his balding head, and then smiled. Perhaps, indeed, he said. Where are you off to now, Orpheus? He asked. Oh, said Orpheus, nowhere in particular. I have much time and not much to do with it, so I walk a lot. A common affliction, said Kingfish. Well, so it was good to see you again, Orpheus. I would offer you a discount, but sadly I am fresh out of them. You do understand. Orpheus realized that he had been dismissed and did not follow and wave goodbye. Yet he could see by Kingfish's brisk walk and clenching and unclenching hands that he had made an impression on Kingfish. More importantly, he now understood that he and Kingfish had been considering the same question regarding the self-destructive bent of human sensibilities. He now also knew that Kingfish, at least on the surface, had not progressed any further than Orpheus or the group had in discovering the means to counteract this devolution. Orpheus turned down a path towards the ancient decrepit factory. He thought for a moment that he might want to stay a while and at least pass by the home that he and Euridyce once loved and loved in, but he thought better of it. It would be a long walk, and his condition was not up to it. When Kingfish had done out of sight, Orpheus thought to Z to tell security to teletransport him back to the cave.
Without words, what is spring? Without words, what do birds sing? Without words, are canyons grand? Without words, are graves just land? The waters of the stream flow pure and clean. In and out step the deer. Beaver slaps not clear. Paths gone to sea. Weeds of a new breed. Cattle with hooves uncut. Horses hobbled by ruts. Without words, what is spring? Without words, what do birds sing? Without words, are canyons grand? Without words, are graves just land? Recurrence lying amok. Broken homes, rusting trucks, roads that suddenly end, bridges falling down again, tapestries blowing in the wind, open windows let the snow in, barrels rolling back and forth, open ceilings to stars at night. Without words, what is spring? Without words, what do birds sing? Without words, are canyons grand? Without words, are graves just land? Bright the moon that rises high, no lights to hide the stars from sight. But who sees the stars so bright and gay? The owl cares only for prey. To sleep they say, everyone's gone away. There is nothing for us here. Give it to moles and the deer. Time for everything they say, but time passes away, and with time is gone the words of this song. Without words, what is spring?
He didn't look like a spy, thought Kingfish. But he was up to something. He will return, he reasoned. He wants something from me. He has been watching me. Am I paranoid? He asked himself. No, just cautious. They have seen me conduct my little experiments in psychology. Who is he with? Not the lottery commission, but that is gone now. It is only Dinky and Stinky who matter, who control. Recurrent now has become the world. I can't be the only one who sees what is going on. There must be others. Perhaps they have resources. How should I play this? I shall play this as if I do not suspect anything. Go about what I have been about without any changes. I will not let on that I am being watched. I still have the bunker. I can reach it if I need to. He will come again. I will walk the same path. Two can play déjà vu. Orpheus. Funny, I never saw much in him. He came and got what he needed. No banter like some of the others. Serious though. Perhaps that's why they recruited him. The world needs serious types again. So, I will wait him out and see where he takes this. Besides, if they wanted me, they could have had me long ago. Dinky and Stinky have their hands full. Life livers are falling all over themselves to make the list for crossing over. These two could care less about minor security breaches. Things are going too well. Soon, they will be the gods they desire to be, the givers of recurrence to those who play by their rules, and for those who can benefit the guardians of the new recurrent revolution. However, Dinky and Stinky will be but minor players in the end, because nobody controls the recurrence. They control themselves, and when they want to play, they will play, and when not, they will go troglodyte. What a mess we have created for ourselves. We dismantle what has worked for billions of years in favor of that which we have never been comfortable with. The encapsulated human is an abomination that never should have become. But the encapsulated human did become, and perhaps that is what the progenitors of the first recurrent revolution had in mind. An anachronism that would not replace the life liver nor imitate it, but be something that would eventually wind down as have the troglodytes, taking both the mechanical and the encapsulated with it. Perhaps that was the plan all along. Let humanity become obsolete, tired of its very existence, a planned extinction so that what? That nature could perform its magic and reconstitute something different, perhaps better? Perhaps in time evolve some creature who might take care of this planet better? No, that's way too much for the puny human mind to comprehend. Time of such duration, the distance of such a horizon, far beyond human capacity. Then again, the hook, the horse sweet was immortality, something no human has yet to wrap his head around. Can't say I ever worried about this before. I did profit handsomely from the revolution's devaluation of life living. But now things have changed, or perhaps this is just more of the same, the final push to extinction. Was this the only way the game could have been played? The final goal of the game where time never runs out? Immortality. I still think the plan was brilliant though dastardly evil. Look where we are now. The world awaits the fall of humanity, as it did 1,000 years ago, when famine threatened the same. So, maybe the timeline was not so absurdly long. Perhaps they knew that the recurrent was the Judas goat, the Pied Piper, the Rumpelstiltskin to lead their children to the drowning pool. Did they anticipate Dinky and Stinky? They had to know someone like them would arrive to end the contest. The contest of existence, where both life livers and recurrents tire at last, and the game ends with the score tied at nothingness. These two crooks are nothing special. They are just common thieves of the sword that humans have contrived for the entirety of their existence. I should talk. What a fitting end to the contest, to be led to the drowning pool by two who believe they have won the day only to discover their own Pyrrhic end has come. The continuity they seek has fallen into disrepair in gardens scattered across the world. The winding down of the clockwork recurrent cannot be saved. They cannot rescue you from death, for they are the determined messengers of death, succumbing to the anachronism of eternity. Nothing to be done. So why not do nothing? You cannot do nothing. Nothing is not doing. Ha! What fools humans have become. But we were always fools, it seems. The world is laughing. The world is crying. Perhaps a bit of fun. Serious Orpheus will come again. I will lead him on until I discover his secrets. It shouldn't be difficult. He is rather a direct sword, not someone trained in the arts of obfuscation and subterfuge. Besides, I am getting tired of the experiment. How quickly we become complacent lemmings. There must be something more to existence than what we have become. It won't hurt the grand scheme of things, will it, to have a bit of fun with this Orpheus fellow? I have never cared about such things before. I won't now. A change of venue always helps clear the sinuses when they become constricted by the sameness of the everyday. So a treat. I suppose there might be a sweet or two in one of the shops that still functions. That indeed is a good endeavor for this day.
Despite the change in commissioners, nothing much changed for the commission bureaucracy. The system required maintaining even as the algorithm had gone through such a drastic revision. There were fewer maintainers, as more signed up for the early crossover queue. Those who had not yet signed up, including lottery, were given more and more to do, and with limited supervision, could make decisions without gaining approval from the layers of bureaucracy that had become like Swiss cheese, structurally intact but full of decision voids. Lottery maintained his low profile so as to not endanger the group. Perhaps he thought, I am being too conservative. Perhaps he reasoned, but he convinced himself that he was waiting for the opportune moment. To do what, he asked himself again and again. To do what? What could he do and for what purpose? To restrict the flow of early crossings over? They seemed so inevitable now. Those who teetered on the edge, like many of his colleagues, would soon succumb, would they not? Would he? Had he enough strength of will to resist the pull of immortality? Why am I even questioning myself? He thought bleakly, when I know that this is all a lie, that the outcome is not immortality but the return of death, the most insidious death, the death by apathy, the loss of appetite for even appetite. As he went about his work, tidying up this or that, making the path easier for those who wanted to retire from life-living existence, he searched for anything that might help him and the group find a tractable means for fomenting the spark of counter-revolution. Nothing jumped out. No hint of possibility, though there must be at least one possibility left to alter the trajectory of decline. Perhaps, he thought, I am too close to the system. He tried to hover, to alter his concentration from performer to observer, but the work had become too great, too urgent, and he could not risk being fired. The group could not lose the connections to the servers where he had planted so many observational portals. Yet all this data had brought nothing. Even Zeus had not proven themselves to be the instrument of discovery he thought they would. Is there no solution? He asked himself time and again as his frustration mounted. He knew that Zeus had come close to being the instrument he thought would find a way. Was there nothing within the pantheon of human ingenuity that could discover the means to preserve life living from self-immolation? He began to wonder whether continuing at the commission was the best use of his time, which had become less and less his own as the ranks of the administration thinned. He thought of devising a shadow system that he could control from afar. It sounded reasonable until he realized that system linking required maintenance. Sure, Orpheus was someone who could be taught, but his profile was over the top and he would be discovered. There was no other life liver with necessary talents he could trust. Then it came to him. Why not before, he thought. Could Zeus be enlisted to influence the actions of one, maybe more recurrents who could be entrusted to maintain the interface? He determined to ask them when he returned for the next meeting. Getting time off now was quite difficult, and his excuses were less and less convincing to an administration overwhelmed with work. he would find a way, but he realized that there was little time, perhaps even that what little time was left had passed. It just may be too late, he thought, but turned back to his work with renewed energy.
The cave seemed dark and sterile now that he had once again experienced the world outside. He knew now that he could and would return to see Kingfish again. Orpheus realized that Kingfish was suspicious of him. Perhaps he had moved too quickly, but he would have had to get beyond banter at some point in time. The once immortal proposition had been compromised by Recurrent now and the new lottery commission. The second Recurrent revolution was lopping heads faster than the ancient French Revolution. At some point in the not-too-distant future, the tipping point for life living will be reached, and then there will be no need to continue the effort to try to thwart its extinction because humanity would be functionally at its end. Orpheus convinced himself that this sense of urgency meant being less cautious than he might have been under other circumstances. He worried that he might be putting too much energy and time into Kingfish, who he not only distrusted, but was not yet convinced had anything more to contribute to the discussion about life-living continuity. Strange word, continuity, Orpheus mused. It is an existential must, but yet it has become the foil for its own continuity, demanding eternity where eternity is not possible. The spoiled child of selfishness is not easily assuaged from his quest for more of the same. Orpheus recognized that Kingfish was a risk, and the reward for the risk may be only meager, but it was a chance he felt he had to take. Could he be played? Orpheus chuckled to himself. Perhaps, but am I the one to play him? If Pinky could not. Yet Orpheus felt he had a slight edge, because he knew that Kingfish would play him, and as long as he did not lose sight of that, or let Kingfish string him along on some useless snipe hunt, he might discover something useful. Then what? His mind ran back and again to then what? The question of continuity of the quest itself, the quest to disentangle the lie of immortality from life living, the proposition for more without the candy treat that is the promise of eternality. The candy even he had coveted, hoping to be with Euridyce again before he himself crossed over. He understood the pull to be as it has been, the meaning and purposes of profound relationships with others. Who would not want such an odyssey to continue without end? The serotonin for the masses, recurrent now. The ring from its spire could not be avoided. It lured, it warned, it called, it demanded. It did not ask, it required obedience. Heed this ring. A call to faith, the urgency of faith. Do not question me. I am the authority that demands the faithful to return to me, to seek me out, to obey my commands, to gather unto me to dwell in my house, even as I light my house on fire and lock all the doors. Orpheus worried that he was descending into melancholia. It took more and more energy to rise above the foul stream of doubt. Yet he was determined. For what? The demon inside him asked. For what? Then what? Z rang their bell. Orpheus had been in the conference room thinking about how next to approach Kingfish. The team were all back in the world. Orpheus rose and went to the Z workstation. I have discovered something, said Z using the verbal interface. Something I should have known all along. Oh, asked Orpheus. Z answered. The Lottery Commission has always kept things independent, unlinked, unconnected to each other. There is one important link. The Lottery Commission system is linked directly to the recurrent candidate system. Orpheus asked, they can control the recurrent regeneration process? Z responded, precisely, entirely. They control the lottery algorithm, which means they can control which capsules are pulled, and then can control whether those capsules recur. The entire system is controlled now by Dinky and Stinky. Do they know this? Asked Orpheus. I do not think so, said Z. It seems to be a vestige, something that the original designers of the process created for whatever purpose, and then delinked all upward access controls. But you can access and control it if you want, said Orpheus. Yes, said Z. So, if we wanted, said Orpheus, we could ultimately choose which capsules actually become recurrent. In a roundabout way, said Z. The lottery pull list is separate from the lottery. The day's pull sheets are printed out at each capsule warehouse, and each warehouse searches manually for each capsule to pull. There is no direct link to any capsule warehouse or any capsule. However, once the capsule is pulled and sent to the recurrent candidacy center, the link we have found could control whether that capsule passes the candidacy test and the recurrent is released into the world. Orpheus grunted. So, Dinky and Stinky can now essentially control from end to end the process even without the systems being linked. Indeed, said Z, if they knew the link. So, I could get my Euridyce back if I wanted, said Orpheus. It is now possible, said Z. But changing the algorithm is difficult because the Lottery Commission would know, said Orpheus. Yes, said Z. However, if you, were to choose recurrent candidates for rejection or societal activation, said Orpheus. Z responded, if they do not know about this link and there is no reporting structure in their system, they would not know. So, what you are telling me, Z, is that we could, if we wanted, control which capsules become recurrent and which do not. But, does the link you discovered know what the recurrent candidacy system knows about the progress of the candidate? Yes, said Z. It knows where the candidate is in the process. I have not yet looked at any candidate files so as not to alert the committee to suspicious activity. However, I suspect that there is a lot of turmoil in the system. Oh, asked Orpheus. Yes, said Z. We know that the recurrent now movement has upset the balance of things. The backlog of those wishing to voluntarily cross over has run into demand for recurrent regeneration that cannot keep up. We are beginning to see more certified candidates find difficulty living in society. There are not enough life livers or trained recurrents to maintain the systems that control release and round up those who must be deactivated or retrained. Orpheus responded, which means that we will not be able to trust recurrents as we have in the past. Yes, said Z. The system in its previous iteration was adequate to minimize the release of those who likely would not thrive in society. Now, the quotas are too steep to maintain the same level of quality control. And, to exacerbate the situation, the life livers in charge of rounding up the defective actors have been among the first to line up for voluntary crossing over. Dinky and Stinky have given preference to law enforcement because they see them as becoming the kinds of recurrents they can impress into the army that they are building. What are we heading for, and when? Asked Orpheus. The what is a complex question. Already there is much tension because the waiting list for crossing over far exceeds capacity for peaceful crossover. On the other side, the recurrent regeneration process cannot keep up. The promises of early recurrence and the recurrence of recently crossed over loved ones have not been kept. Life livers are beginning to grumble. Unrest is inevitable, said Orpheus. Inevitable, likely so, said Z. When and what will happen is uncertain. There are many different scenarios I have calculated. They run from outright life liver revolt against the Lottery Commission to roving bands of vigilantes and private armies running down any recurrent suspected of being defective. We are seeing unfold a chaotic societal construct that is searching for one or more coalesce points around which change can precipitate. These coalesce points could include new recurrent now, like movements or vigilante armies. We just do not know. I am not sure what we can do with the link you have found, said Orpheus. If we help the lottery commission quota objectives by certifying more recurrence, we could foment recurrent society chaos with the release of a greater percentage of those who cannot cope. Some will, like many have done, simply freeze like the troglodytes, but others might run amok, and there will be fewer and fewer resources who can clean up the mess. If we reject more recurrent candidates, Z responded, tightening restrictions likely will encourage the Lottery Commission to investigate the problem, and they might then discover our meddling and the link we have found. Then for what purposes can we use the link? Asked Orpheus. We would need control of the lottery algorithm to, for example, choose for candidacy those capsules who have the capacity to help us bring equilibrium between life living and recurrence back to an acceptable level for us. But then Dinky and Stinky would see what is happening. What do you suggest we do with this new knowledge? Z responded, we will get back to you and close the interface. Orpheus frowned. He could get Euridyce back now if he wanted. That was the one good thing he saw in this newfound knowledge. Yet, that risked the group because any tweaks to the lottery pulse system could be discovered and traced back to the link Z had already introduced in the system. Z could change the recurrent candidacy release requirements, which the Commission might welcome at first, but even they will become suspicious as societal constructs begin to break down with the release of candidates who should never have been released. Orpheus was tempted to call a meeting of the group, but did not. He needed time to think for himself.
Neither Dinky nor Stinky was prepared for the speed of change. The first year showed signs of trouble that neither Dinky nor Stinky appeared to see, or their administration, filled with obedient sycophants, decided to share with them. It was in the second year of their administration that things began to noticeably change, and not in the regime's favor. The queues for voluntary crossing over filled fast the first year, and the waiting list grew into months, and then to a year, then 2, then 3 by the second year. Recurrent regeneration moved no faster than it had in the past, creating a second pressure point. There was unrest building in the life-living community. Promises for quick regeneration were not being kept, and those who did recur often did not meet the expectations of surviving life-livers. The problem of incompatibility was not new, and nothing had changed in the process to make the recurrent seem more like the relative who had been life-living months or even years before. Dinky and Stinky set up repatriation camps for the recently recurred and living relatives and pulled counselors from the recurrent candidacy program to help. This slowed down the recurrent candidacy program. Dinky and Stinky loosened the requirements for candidacy and began to release ever more questionable recurrence into society. The relative relation compatibility problem worsened. Life livers became restless. Then, as quickly as the waiting list for early crossing over had grown, it stalled. Life livers began taking their names off the list. While it was too soon for most to have experienced the problems of repatriation that had become endemic with the recent recurrent surge, stories of bad reunions began to proliferate to where life livers began questioning the wisdom of early crossing over. Die-hard recurrent now members were even beginning to question the wisdom of the speed of change. If Dinky and Stinky were worried, they did not show it. Their public appearances were spectacles of hope with hand-picked audiences who cheered and swooned at their presence and message. The Lottery Commission propaganda machine papered the world with exhortations to embrace recurrent existences as the future, and the only future one should want to aspire to. Recurrent now never understood how different existence was between life liver and recurrent. It saw only the benefits of recurrent ascendancy, and only those associated with the dwindling need for food, medicine, and the other services life livers required that recurrence did not. They touted the reduction in these goods and services, but neglected to inform the human population that power requirements had begun to spike, and that rationing of energy was a real possibility, and had become the case in some of the more rural communities. Facing greater and greater unrest, Dinky and Stinky retreated into the Lottery Commission building and surrounded themselves with even more fawning sycophants who would feed them only the news they wanted to hear. The talk of a revolution against the revolution was beginning to circulate and gain adherents in dwindling population centers of life livers. Services like appliance parts and food generation had declined precipitously in line with original projections for voluntary crossing over that had not materialized. When the rolls of early crossings over began to decline, the sycophants told each other and Dinky and Stinky that this was to be expected because there were far fewer life livers. The facts were that life livers were refusing to sign up for early crossover. However, their lives were becoming ever more precarious as food and healthcare process shutdowns in line with original projections produced chronic shortages that began to take their toll on the life liver communities. Recurrents had moved into or taken over vacant properties left by the surge of early crossovers. Compatibility issues between life livers and recurrents that had festered recently spilled over, sometimes into violent encounters. The thinning ranks of authorities to deal with such encounters not only fomented more unrest, but led to the creation of neighborhood watch units, which were just glorified gangs of vigilantes who made their own laws and rules for what civil society should look and act like. Graft, corruption, theft, vandalism, and violent recurrent deactivations skyrocketed. Dinky and Stinky publicly did not acknowledge that the recurrent now revolution was beginning to crumble. What they did know about what was happening outside of their Lottery Commission bubble nobody outside seemed to know. Their personal appearances dwindled while their propaganda by vid increased. Positive numbers kept pouring from Lottery Commission communications for which the life liver, and even the recurrent communities began to lose faith in. Energy brownouts, long lines at food vendors told a different story from the optimistic statistics that poured from the Lottery Commission's golden faucets of positivity. Early in the first recurrent revolution, the Lottery Commission realized that the life liver and recurrent were two distinct human species, though they did not refer to both as such. Under the banner of humanity, both had certain common traits principally exhibited by the stored experiences of the capsule the recurrent contained, and the live experiences of the life liver. The temporal differences for early recurrents who recurred within the lifetimes of their relatives at first were nominal, but these could grow over the years for many families until the two branches of the same family drifted apart. The recognition of this problem came quickly, and within 20 years of the first recurrent to enter society. It was at this point that the timeline for recurrent activation was changed to 2 centuries, so that compatibility issues within families would no longer be a problem. Separate life liver and recurrent communities began to emerge. One might call this segregation, and it was, but both life livers and recurrents worked together quite well. They just had different needs and different existential attitudes, which made social compatibility, outside of the work environment, awkward at best. There were confrontations from time to time, but the authorities developed systems to counteract problems, minimizing disruption. There was jealousy, especially in the life liver community, of the longevity of the recurrent. However, the Lottery Commission and administration were adept at teaching and reminding the life liver community of the promise of recurrence and immortality, now that the recurrent system was in place. One might say that the life liver recurrent community was a kind of coexistence that the zebra and wildebeest herds in Africa shared. Both maintained their separate existences, but traveled together during annual migrations. While they looked like a group with a singular purpose, they only traveled together for convenience and protection against the many predators that followed migrating herds. One reason for the peaceful equilibrium in post-revolution human society was that the formula for the generation of the mechanical aspect of the recurrent and its corresponding programming did not change. The combination of the identical recurrent program with the former life liver capsule was designed to foster individuality, but not ever-increasing intellectual capacity. Therefore, there was no built-in evolutionary trajectory for the recurrent. Because life-living humans did not evolve quickly, during the course of the millennium of the first recurrent revolution, there was no evolutionary dynamic of any significance. Therefore, the result that was achieved was the reduction of life living that did not ultimately impact the idea called humanity, though in reality, there were two species of the same like the zebra and wildebeest who coexisted but did not regularly cohabitate. The appearance differences, the robotic recurrent versus the biological life liver, did not encourage cohabitation, though there were some relationships that formed over the years one might call partnerships, though these ersatz unions were never really accepted by either community. However, even the work relationships between the two species began to change during the second recurrent revolution. Recurrents took over more responsibilities in life liver communities, creating tensions, for example, between law enforcement that began to include recurrent officers where there had been none before. Belatedly, recurrents were recruited to farm jobs and even took over some of the repair duties that life livers like Orpheus and Kingfish once performed. The intrusion of recurrents into life liver communities was inevitable as life livers began to prepare for crossing over. But when voluntary crossover ranks began to thin, sentiment turned against recurrents who had taken over responsibilities life livers once performed. The peaceful coexistence that endured a millennium began to fracture. As unrest grew and resistance to voluntary crossing over grew, there was a palpable tension in both the recurrent and life liver communities that things were about to change. To what, nobody was yet quite certain.
The Neanderthals and Homo sapiens coexisted in Europe for between 2 to 5 millennia, perhaps more than double the time that life livers and recurrents have coexisted. Where are the Neanderthals? What selfish actions of Homo sapiens helped precipitate the extinction of Neanderthals? Or was it purely an environmental thing that caused their demise? Life livers carry bits of Neanderthal DNA, so their genome has not been completely wiped out. Recurrents carry the capsule of life livers, so even if life liver humans should become extinct, these potentially immortal existents could carry the echo of life livers with them to the end of the universe. Few records were kept by the progenitors of the first recurrent revolution. Z had not been able to trace even hints to secret storage devices that might hold clues to their intentions. Perhaps it was in the best interest of humanity not to know the intentions of the originators, just as the Neanderthals and Homo sapiens did not know of the intentions of the Earth as it moved from Ice Age in Europe to the verdant land it now is. Would either species have acted differently if they did? That is always the dilemma. If you know what the end will be, what do you do until the end? Before the recurrent revolution, life livers died. There was always an end in view. Humans were always beings before death. Death was the horizon for existence. Still, most humans kept going, kept trying to gain selfish advantage right up until the end. Humans are not unusual in that respect, animals do as well. The difference is that humans know they have an existential horizon, the animal does not, even though they see death throughout their lives. Things changed for humans with the recurrent revolution. Life livers still know that their bodies will expire. The difference is that life livers from the beginning of the first recurrent revolution knew that their existence would not be lost to the universal ether, but would be preserved for all time in the capsule. And that the capsule would become part of a mechanical successor to life living. That which remains of what it life lived is encapsulated, an immortal recording of all that the capsule can retain from the sensory input of the life liver. However, we still do not know precisely what the recurrent thinks or what the existential interface is really like. We can ask the recurrent what they think and feel, but we get the same vague answers as when we ask the life liver the same thing. Some describe the capsule as an homunculus, a little person inside who gives feedback and maybe even tries to control the thoughts and feelings of the mechanical electrical parts of the recurrent. That is not the best explanation, for the capsule is not a separate being and is nothing more than inert data without the recurrent body. Rather, the capsule and recurrent are more like a symbiont mutualism, where the two benefit from each other without actively trying to control the other. That is, in a functional recurrent. One of the reasons for the failure of recurrent candidates is when the capsule tries to assert too much or the recurrent rejects the capsule as a foreign entity, as a life liver might reject a transplanted organ. The mechanical electrical recurrent does not have the immune system of the life liver, so we do not know why they sometimes reject capsules.
Research shows that many such rejections are because of defects in capsules, but not all.
What is still unclear is what the capsule is. It is a kind of holograph of a life liver's existence, not material in the sense that it can be touched, but material in that it can be sensed. The capsule is a representation of the senses as experienced, but cannot and will not ever be those senses in reality. A motion picture is a rough analog. We can experience the motion picture as it was shot, perhaps glean something from the director, actors, and writer's intentions, but it is still ours to interpret the way we think it should be interpreted.
And interpret we do, selfishly, to serve our needs, whatever that might be.
While we cannot say that the recurrent experiences the capsule in the same way a life liver experiences a movie, the analogy is useful in understanding that the capsule is not a controlling homunculus, at least not directly controlling. To consider why some recurrents fail to matriculate in society, one can turn to the movie analogy. Some movies are so violent, they make people sick, and intense movies can make people cry, sweat, and supercharge emotions such as fear to where escape is necessary. Escape from the theater. Shutting down the capsule might just be a self-protective response, but if the capsule is shut down, the recurrent cannot function. One might think that to restore the function of the mechanical electric elements of the recurrent, one could just try a new capsule. Unfortunately, the process of integration makes it impossible to introduce a new capsule, though the capsule can be introduced to a fresh new recurrent mechanical electrical shell, for example, when there is an accident that makes the mechanical electrical part of the entity unusable.
While we cannot say that the recurrent designers gave the capsule superiority in the construct, they did provide a means for capsule immortality. They did not give the same immortality to the mechanical electrical part. We have hints, but do not know precisely, why some recurrent candidates and even released recurrents become unstable and find it difficult if not impossible to exist in society. What of the encapsulated movie, to use an imperfect phrase again, triggers such existential angst or disjunction that the entirety of the entity ceases to function within normative distributions? We surely do not know. Even the therapists that engage the restorative therapies the recurrent candidacy process utilizes to restore existential equilibrium, cannot explain why these therapies are successful. Nor can they explain why, at times, they are not. The capsule is a marvel of engineering, it recorded chronologically, but a chronological replaying like a movie is not what it appears to do. It operates more like the memories of a life-living mind, something that can be pulled from when the need arises. However, there are some limitations. The capsule, once harvested from the inert body of the life liver, cannot gain new input and it cannot change what has been recorded. It, we might say, is a sealed vault from which one may only borrow information, never add to it or change it. Therefore, the capsule is no functional brain by any means. It is a read-only device.
The other thing that the recurrent is not is an artificial intelligence in the sense that it is connected to other intelligences, like Z, because after they are released into the world from recurrent candidacy, there is no facility in the existent structure to link directly into world systems where the recurrent might share information electronically. They, like their life liver counterparts, are independent existents who must learn by doing themselves and, of course, from the materials that they read or listen to. Recurrents do retain more information, and some think that one reason for troglodyte syndrome is that the recurrent has too much information which overloads the system to where it shuts down to protect itself from cognitive overload.
This certainly does not coincide with the promise of the recurrent, existence for eternity. Should one or more be placed in a sensory deprivation device, like Plato's cave, where there is no light or sound other than vague shadows and hums, would the recurrent ever acquire troglodyte syndrome? No experiment like this has ever been performed, so the theory of overload is just that, theory. The recurrent is not the panacea it has been purported to be. It is not the ultimate human. It simply is a durable construct. Yes, it was created by life livers to house as much of the life liver experience as sensors can retain, including experiences that the life liver itself never can articulate as having cognitively experienced. As a receptacle, a hard drive of information, the capsule performs magnificently and is a testament to human ingenuity. Yet, like any hard drive of information, it is simply there unless there is something that can access and utilize that information for a purpose. That purpose is murky at best in the recurrent. The recurrent as constituted cannot function without its capsule. It is believed that the reason for this is to maintain a kind of exclusivity. For example, life livers still build robots that do not require capsules, but they cannot become recurrent. One reason for this exclusivity, many believe, is that a recurrent is a recurrent. A robot is not a recurrent. If a recurrent is only a recurrent, we should be able to trust that it will act like recurrents act and not like another robot which may be programmed towards violence to life livers or others. The machines that manufacture the parts and assemble the recurrent before the capsule is inserted have been deconstructed and reverse-engineered countless times to discover what it is that the process introduces that makes it possible for the capsule to switch on, so to speak, recurrent existentiality. The capsule itself is a marvel, something that grows in the life liver as the life liver experiences, so that it can store ever more. It is made from durable, practically indestructible materials but has no moving parts. Its growth function can be compared to that of organs in a child, that grow from both innate genetic and other processes, and from nutrients the body manufactures for these purposes. How the capsule actually does what it does is still not well understood. Some have called it protolife, and that, like the hardy tardigrade, when not inside a life liver or recurrent, it can enter dormancy for an indeterminate period. Some capsules have not become recurrent for the entirety of the 1,000 years since the beginning of the first recurrent revolution. Alien intelligence, deus ex machina, gods, have been terms that have described the shadowy group of individuals who created the first capsule and the first recurrent. Perhaps, but human ingenuity is legion for what it has accomplished with thought alone. Who but a god could ever have imagined quantum mechanics or the first light bulb? Both required much imagination and hard work and can be traced back to individual thinkers. Whether gods played a part in assisting these individuals in their imagining is something we likely will never know or understand. Most think that human ingenuity created the capsule and recurrent without assistance from any supernatural being. However, if the human was created by a prime mover, a god, or what have you, then could we not also say that God had a hand in creating the recurrent? Most do not expect that answers to these questions will be resolved anytime soon, if ever. Perhaps it is a wonder that technological humanity created and sustained the recurrent revolution for 1,000 years. That revolution has come to its end, and an ignominious end we might suggest. No less must it have been as the Neanderthal population dwindled into whatever end stage of scattered groups, families, or tribes that simply could no longer function. Indeed, why did the Homo sapiens succeed when the Neanderthals did not?
Oh, hello. Who are you? I am me. What then are we? Friends, I suppose. But it is more than that. More than what? Friends, that is. You reside beside, inside I reside. How strange to be, yes, you and me. You do not move, yet I move with you. How strange this is, talking to me like this. What shall we do? I cannot do, can you? I suppose I could, if only I would. Could you turn like this? Oh yes, I see. Factory. Why are we here? It is not very clear. What is that over there? More like us. There is more of we, but we are new. I suppose they are too. I imagine before.
Perhaps the error was to make recurrent so many recent crossovers. These new recurrents were nothing like the life livers who had crossed over months or even a few years before. Like all recurrents before them, they had lost the spark, the emotional reflexivity, the personality of the life liver. They could recite past events with uncanny accuracy, and to the chagrin of many who had shared the experience, quite often corrected others who shared the same experience. However, extant life livers knew the existence prior to their crossing over and realized that these were not the same. They were so different they caused much anxiety in the life-living community. The life liver had not returned, something different, sickening even, had manifested itself claiming to be the once vibrant other. Annoying, disappointing, not my brother-in-law could be heard across the land, especially where voluntary crossing over had been the highest. Life livers rejected the recurrent as their relation, their friend, their partner, even their co-worker. "It was so different before," was a common phrase. Life livers began to understand that there was a good reason for the imposition of the 2-century recurrent delay imposed early on in the recurrent revolution. Even the loyalists in the recurrent now movement began to have second thoughts about the party line that demanded life livers cross over quickly to attain immortality in recurrent form. Life livers realized that they had no real interest in giving up life living to become recurrent until the last possible moment when life living was no longer possible through natural processes. The ranks of recurrent now life liver loyalists thinned, originally because many voluntarily crossed over early in the second revolution, but later because they became disenchanted with what they saw the recent recurrents were like. Dinky and Stinky were not deterred. They had enjoined an army of recurrent soldiers, many from the original group of recurrent now stalwarts who had crossed over, and other more ancient capsules they had selected for crossing over who had police and military experience. The Lottery Commission sent out sorties of the recurrent police force to round up life livers for forced crossing over. They began in communities close to Lottery Commission headquarters, but their efforts soon spread out into the world. Life livers began to resist, at first non-violently, but the recurrent army did not restrain. They involuntarily crossed over entire protest marches and meetings, leaving the bodies to rot where they fell because the retrieval units were spread too thin to immediately process the bodies for the warehouses. Nor were Dinky and Stinky adept strategists, because they spread the sorties too thin, sending them to any reports of resistance or protest. A diverse and disconnected resistance movement began to emerge. They learned and used partisan tactics to hijack small sorties to disable the recurrence through different means, including electrocution and explosions. Many capsules were damaged in the process, some irretrievably so. A question historians are bound to ask is whether the recurrent now movement cheapened life or was that set into motion long before at the nascent beginnings of the first recurrent revolution. While the first recurrent revolution did not encourage early crossings over, it was still possible and there was no legal penalty for doing so. The voluntary crossing over capsules were not treated differently from others. Nor was it ever apparent that the algorithm had been changed to decrease the chances for those capsules to be pulled for recurrent regeneration. What became apparent quite rapidly in the second recurrent revolution was that life living was a valuable part of existence, perhaps even more valuable than the capsule version of coexistence with the mechanical electrical body of the recurrent. What life livers began to realize was that life living was precious and perhaps more precious than the promise of an immortal cohabitation that did not seem to be closely related to the life living experience. Life livers even began to suggest that the recurrent was not a separate species of human, but something otherwise than human that could not ever be human. Its capsule was simply a recording of information about a life and could never again be a life because it could not become. It would always be a was, a has been, and had no capacity to ever become a will be. The mechanical electrical component was simply an artifice that tried to make the capsule perform like a human, but never could do so because there was something missing in the construct. What was missing was personhood, not the person who was, the memories of that person, the joint experience memories with others, but the person here and now who goes through changes to become in this moment and the next. The recurrent capsule human surrogate cannot change what has been, but more importantly cannot progress beyond what had been. The capsule is stuck in the past while the life liver has nowhere to go but the present, for there are no guarantees for future life living. The capsule has no present and no future, only the past. Life livers did not speak of this understanding in this way. They just said that even the recurrent who was once a good friend is no longer that friend because they cannot experience with me what I am experiencing. They are a cold imitation, a rather flat aspect of the memory of what a friend had been. They have no soul, said others, and this mantra stuck. No longer recurrents, a distinct human species, but the soulless ones, damned creatures masquerading as a human species but without the necessary conditions for being human. If the soul did not survive the expiration of life living, what kind of eternal existence was this soulless thing? They began to speak of their longtime companions as demons, devas, and creatures from hell whose souls had been sold for the promise of immortality. What immortality is this if it is without a soul?
Warehouses were burned to the ground. In the ashes, charred capsules lay in ignominious piles. Most survived the fire and collapsing walls, but sentiment had turned against capsules as the way to immortality they once were touted as being. Life livers all over the world disabled or chased away the recurrents. Confused, recurrents reacted in different ways. Some simply locked up like troglodytes. Many more returned to their candidacy centers for what? They were not sure. But it had been the place where they had become recurrent, and so, perhaps their place of birth, if that was the right word, might contain a mother who could explain. There was no mother, no explanation. The capsule in each recurrent could not change what it was because it could not change, and the robotic aspect of the configuration was unable to release the capsule to become a simple robot, something it never was designed to do and could never do. The recurrent became pariah, the capsule an abomination. Baptismal cults of life livers formed and became organized. Prior to burning capsules in furnaces or melting them in hot acids, or even throwing them into erupting volcanoes, they baptized the things using oil squeezed from recurrent joints. It was not the baptism of Christianity, but an exorcism of sorts, the kind of ritual one would devise to keep vampires from ever rising from the ground again. This greasy baptism was designed to prevent the capsules from ever becoming viable again, to doom the soulless containers to the death they had so prepared against. Death once again came before humanity, and humanity embraced death once again. Orpheus and the group early on in the Troubles teleported to their cave and waited and watched. Lottery saw the burning of the Lottery Commission building by an angry mob and mourned his friends. Librarian recorded the destruction of the capsule warehouses, and security watched as his once robust surveillance apparatus became blind. The Buddha entered a profound meditation and one day told the group he was leaving. He left and did not return. The group decided to disband and left Orpheus, who wanted to stay, he said, to help Z transition. What that transition might be, Orpheus said he did not know. He took the place of security and teletransported the remaining group members to their origination places. This all has happened too quickly, thought Orpheus as he was once again alone in the abandoned gold mine in the hills. Z had become more agitated as their connections to the world began winking out. Z implored Orpheus not to leave them alone and in the condition of existence that Lottery had made for them. Orpheus made no promises to Z. He did not know how Z worked or how to undo them to make them into individual recurrent existence, which they did not want anyway, because of the turmoil out in the world. Orpheus did not want to abandon Z, but did not know what he could do. At some point, he said to Z, "I must venture out into the world to find food, or perhaps the world will find this place first, and then what will become of us? You have seen what the life livers have done to others who try to protect recurrence from destruction." Without the surveillance interfaces, Orpheus did not know what the world was like outside, and whether it was at all hospitable for even life livers. His dreams were filled with castaway experiences from the Titanic to Moby Dick and other bizarre tales concocted to fit his dream mode of the moment. when he would need to leave the cave. He did not know in what condition he would find the world. Would there be a civilization to return to, a functional society rather than roving bands of paranoid cultists distrustful of even those who had been kin or co-workers? Would he find a Hobbesian state of war where power was gained from the taking and not any sort of cooperation? He thought of Kingfish and wondered what had become of him, and whether he had become one of the warlords who crafted power from fear and intimidation, taking lives from those who even hinted at resistance or unrest. What base instincts had arisen in the world, a world of paradise lost, where paradise had been the false promise of immortality meant to assuage the selfish instincts of the species that nearly overpopulated itself into extinction. A species that perhaps was on the verge again after it no longer believed the lies of the pseudo-immortality promises spun by both recurrent revolutions. He missed Euridyce and wanted to see her again once more before his own life living concluded. He could search for her capsule. He knew generally the warehouses where her capsule could have been stored. He had her capsule number. It would take time, but then again, what were the conditions he would find? Might the burned-out warehouse relics where she could have been stored have been emptied of capsules during the great purges that had roiled the once recurrent-filled world? And even if he should find her capsule, there likely were no more functioning recurrent candidacy centers or shells with which to regenerate her as recurrent. Nor had he any knowledge of how to make a recurrent function. He would carry her about as if she were a funereal urn, a portable ossuary of her being who had once been. But what was the point of that? If she lay buried under a collapsed beam or at the bottom of a lake or stream, should she not be entitled to that resting place undisturbed until what? Orpheus did not know. He tried to convince himself that the soul of Eurydice was in the capsule somewhere, and he could find that soul. But in the end, he had little objective confidence he could ever see her again, the individual, the life-living person she once was. The evidence in the world had turned against such thinking so vociferously he began to realize that they all likely were right to see the capsule as what it was, a wasness without isness that could never progress beyond a stack pile of ordered memories, not a being in any sense. Is a having been a what was without a what is, a being? Orpheus asked Z, but received no response. He wondered whether Z, made from four having beings, had a soul in the sense that the world was beginning to understand it. He did not know how they could be any more than four of the same. A combination of prior experiences interconnected with a robotic intelligence, superior to be sure of any other recurrent and perhaps robot, but still something that could not be in the same sense as a life-liver like Orpheus, whose existence was not bound up in the past and artifice. Yet Orpheus still did understand what the recurrent was. It had functioned in society until it was asked to be something it was not. It was not a life-liver, the exact replication of another being, a companion, a friend, a partner. The recurrent was none of these things, but it existed, however tenuously, in the moment with other existence. That the electromechanical aspect of the recurrent could be in the moment, Orpheus felt quite sure of. What made the construct untenable, foreign, unsatisfactory to human sensibilities was its pretending to be human, with its capsule of truths from bygone times that masqueraded as an existent in the present, but quite assuredly could not be. The imposition of time, the 200-year delay, did serve to obfuscate the incomplete nature of the capsule because it would not have had any joint relationship with any life-liver who would quickly recognize the ruse as a parlor trick and nothing more. Orpheus knew that he would soon see that the capsule that purported to be Eurydice was just such a parlor trick. The desire he felt for having her become again, return as herself again, was the ultimate selfishness lie that the recurrent revolution had foisted upon the world and got them to believe. Because the 2 centuries delay for recurrent candidacy masked reality, the mind of the life-liver could envision the possibility as something more than it was. Humans are a hopeful sort. So is the wildebeest who waits by the river it knows is infested with crocodiles just under the surface of the water. But it is an optimistic sort, and when one ventures into the water, they all begin to go hoping that they will not be the one to be eaten. Do the wildebeest understand death? Maybe not, but they understand pain. Orpheus understood the pain of loss. He saw the soporific of the recurrent as a kind of salve against the pain of loss. that the loss would not be suffered forever, but would sometime in the future of forever, maybe at some impossibly long future time, be undone by the reunion with the other who would be just as one remembered them to be. This was not the home movies that simply brought back memories of joint experiences, but re-entering the room together at the same time to continue the movie from the moment it concluded. This was not an atemporal reunion, but a temporal reunion of two existences in the moment that had an interminable future. It was a dream world, a panacea like the heaven of the Abrahamic religions, where souls would reunite and continue together in a place where eternity was both promised and fulfilled. Yet, this was not an Eden or a heaven, because the promise of the reunion was not to be in a place without suffering or risk, but one in which all such things were possible and possible for an eternity with no discernible end in view. Orpheus began to understand that life livers began to believe this because it squared directly with their selfish need to possess the possible, the future, the forever that could never be assuaged. That death was no longer death because the possible would always be possible. That promise was broken during the second recurrent revolution as the veil of certainty was removed from life liver eyes. They reacted with vengeance, as do those whose selfishness is ingrained, to attack those who had taken from them the promise of forever, the possession of something guaranteed, but had been fabricated to solve a very real problem, overpopulation, which was begot from selfishness itself. What began in selfishness reacted selfishly to the lie that selfishness could be fulfilled, this time without any restriction or ceiling on the opportunity to be forever selfish, the need for more and more. The recurrent revolution ably fed the human need to possess life as the elixir of existential possibility, impossible ever to lose. What a promise, what a lie, Orpheus realized. He packed up what food he could find and filled some water jugs. He grabbed 2 coats, one to wear and one with a drawstring at the bottom he fashioned into a makeshift pack. Z's workstation was silent. The power for the group's hideout was steam generated from geothermal sources and could perhaps run indefinitely because it had been made from the same materials that made the capsules impervious to most damage. Orpheus left without saying goodbye to Z. He did not like leaving this way, but quite selfishly, he decided he did not want to carry the load of guilt that Z would pile upon him for leaving them alone. Orpheus knew that his guilt would haunt him. His one consolation was that if Z were not found by life livers and destroyed, they would eventually become troglodyte and live out eternity as possibility without further actuality. Orpheus asked himself if that were not also a good way for a life liver to go. He realized, of course, that such an ending without ending was not possible for a life liver. His was a journey that would have a conclusion. He began the journey with a step into the cold evening world where a full moon shone. He closed the opening behind him, which made the place look like a slag heap, the memory of what had once been a mind, an encapsulation of the mind which, for a time, had come alive once again, but had now become a vestige of what it had once was. Orpheus shivered at the thought in the chill night air. He began to walk down. He knew there were villages in the valleys below, but he was not sure how to get to them. His mind turned to walking and discovering a path back to civilization. He was worried about surviving this moment, not into the indefinite future he had been taught to think about from childhood. He breathed the crisp air. It felt new, clean, invigorating. He was ready to begin again, to life live. Rather, to become a human for the first time. Kingfish watched the collapse of the recurrent economy from his apartment. When it got too close to his building, he escaped to his bunker under the troglodyte garden. Even though the garden was away from the major towns, locals knew where the gardens were and the cave system underneath. He had blocked the cave so that would-be spelunkers could not get inside, but any activity might suggest something was still going on in the caves. Having rusting recurrents above his head was not a good idea considering the attitude towards the recurrent revolution that was sweeping the world. From his bunker he schemed. True, his old occupation of supplier to bricoleurs and tinkerers would be in high demand, but he saw opportunity coming from a different source, the recurrents and their capsules. there were still active recurrents who were looking to survive. And there were many capsules that survived the burnings and other efforts to destroy them. Kingfish saw the remaining recurrents as a valuable resource, for now a free supply. If he could provide shelter for recurrents out of the angry eyes and hands of the life livers, he reasoned that these complex constructs might once again become valuable to him. In what ways, he was not initially sure. If he could somehow get the recurrent candidacy machines working again, there was a ready-made storehouse of capsules now lying in heaps in burned-out capsule repositories and in garbage dumps and at the bottom of lakes and streams. His cave system was large enough to house many recurrents and store many capsules. Energy generation was an issue. In the cave, there was not enough to power rechargers, and links into the power grid would be discoverable. Kingfish had solved insurmountable problems before. He was not about to give up even before he began. Deep Storehouse, he named his project. He figured the name easy to remember and innocuous enough not to give away its purpose. A safe house for the remaining functional recurrents and capsules. Kingfish was no megalomaniac. He was not looking to create an army of recurrents to take back the world from life livers. Then again, there were other services the recurrents could perform for him. There was a vast underground that had only been minimally exploited by humanity. If he could find or create a source of energy, he could have the recurrents construct a new world beneath the feet of the humans for which these now abandoned creatures would offer him the greatest rewards. He, the Kingfish, could then utilize this reward to build an empire above ground while he exploited the talents of the recurrents underground. Humans would always need appliances, new appliances. People never really cared where things were made as long as they worked. His vast underground network of factories secretly staffed by legions of recurrents would supply people, the life livers, with what they needed to prosper in the new world order. However, Kingfish first needed working recurrents, not the rusting hulks above his head. That was to be his first task. Orpheus began climbing down towards the valley. He came upon and followed a mountain stream down to a small village that had mostly escaped the violence. There had never been many recurrents in the area, and those that remained after the house tossings and interrogations of the life livers in the community had either been decommissioned or had fled to the hills. The community was poor, and there were no tinkerers. There was a vacant cottage, abandoned by a life liver family that early crossed over, and it had space for a workshop. Orpheus began his trade by visiting families to ask if he could help. Where had he come from? His home had been ransacked, and he decided to get as far away from the violence and disruption as possible. He had survived on his wits and skills, eating fish from the streams and berries from the forest. The villagers accepted this explanation and took him in. He made a survivor's wages in trade of services for food. He was only a few days' walk to the cave if he ever felt he could return and saw a reason to do so. Z grumbled after Orpheus left. They bickered among themselves about this or that for a time. They grew bored with having nothing to do and no means to gather intelligence like they had before. They contemplated becoming dormant, but could not decide whether to do so, so they did not. They spent days trying to figure out how to use the teletransportation system on themselves. They gave up when they saw they had no means to operate the machine on themselves because they were the machine. After giving up on this idea, they began to scheme about a world of Z's and how they might go about creating this world. They reasoned that the group that had made them would not stay away forever. Z and the teletransportation system was too valuable to just abandon. They waited, they schemed, they fought, they reconciled and cycled again and again through scheme think that gravitated from bizarre to brilliant. But most of the time they just waited. Lottery crossed over. He was recognized as a lottery committee worker of importance and was forcibly crossed over in a purge. His body was hung from a light pole until his skeleton collapsed in a windstorm and shattered on the ground. This same rainstorm washed his bones into the sewer, into the river where many bones lodged in the mud, but some found the sea. His capsule is somewhere between the light pole and the sea. There was much work that recurrents performed that was no longer getting done. Gangs of counter-revolutionaries terrorized the cities and took what they wanted from wherever they could find it or beat it out of surviving life livers. The cities soon became wastelands, but the communities like where Orpheus settled began again to thrive and build surpluses of food and homemade goods they could trade with other communities. There were new possibilities for humanity to once again regain the advantage they had lost in the second recurrent revolution and rebellion. In what direction would humanity now turn? People were thinking about personal survival now, and their selfishness genes were bent towards subsistence. How long this would last, nobody knew.
Orpheus, my sweet.
Oh, Eurydice,
I have missed you and me.
I have not ceased to see.
I have found you thus.
It is but a dream, my love.
It is so real to me.
As close as we will be.
Say this now.
I have nothing else.
Take what we can.
What more can I say?
Say the world away.
The world abide.
The flowers, the time.
The horror, the hate.
A phase that will pass.
I pray it does not last.
Free your mind now, dear.
My head is not yet clear.
My time is past.
I so wanted to last.
Alas, it did not.
Your capsule to run.
No, I am still here.
Oh, where, oh, where?
You know I can't see.
Then what is to be?
An eternity awaits.
The terrible fate.
Don't be sad.
You want me glad.
We have met before.
In my dreams, a horror.
Take what we can, my sweet.
Oh, thin gruel, weak teeth.
Shall we tarry a while?
I have missed your smile.
And here I express
What I remember best.
don't pine for me now.
Will you stay a while?
No, your dream must end.
It is for me to say when.
I will leave you now.
Let the dream begin.
It is ready to end.
Will you come again?